2025 to order. Wow, this is a thick deck. Pardon? Did I say July 10th? What? How did I get that? Sorry, I'm going to sorry, can we rewind that? I'm now going to call to order the public hearing of Thursday, July the 10th, 2025 to order. Ooh. Must have had too many soda waters earlier. Okay, this meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means. As such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. Any council members participating by electronic means may ensure your video, please ensure your video is turned on and let the clerk know if you leave the meeting for the purpose of confirming quorum. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. If council members attending by electronic means lose connection during any portion of the hearing, we will recess the meeting until the connection is restored. If council members lose connection during the voting process, team members will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. In the case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I do want to bring to your attention the exits just beyond the glass doors and to the left of the pillar. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits on the side of the chamber here. Please use the stairs, not the elevator. If we need to, and if you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for one of our incredible security team members to guide you to a safe location. I also want to highlight the fact that we do have a defibrillator at the end of the hallway. I also want to acknowledge that we're hosting today's public hearing on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. I also want to acknowledge the immense contributions of all of our team members who choose to work at the City of Vancouver every single day. I can tell you it's been it's been a huge joy working side by side with our team here. For anyone who doesn't know already, our people, they do their jobs with a lot of heart. They care about the city, and they're trying to make it a way better place. So thank you very much. So with that, can we please have roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair. Councillor Bly? Not here. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Fry? Councillor Kirby-Young on leave of absence for personal reasons from 6 p.m. onwards. Councillor Klassen?
Present.
Councillor Maloney? Councillor Meisner?
Present.
Councillor Montague? Councillor Orr? Councillor Joe?
Present.
This meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Now, before we begin, I do have some announcements. The public may participate by speaking in person, by phone, or by submitting written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they support or oppose the recommendations and if they are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, will have up to 8 minutes to speak. Each individual or group being represented must confirm their representation by introducing themselves either in person or online. Individuals represented by another speaker cannot also speak independently. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on X at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing through our online Mayor and Council public hearing feedback form, our web form. This link will also be posted on X. Any speakers who pre-registered with presentations are reminded that the public live feed has a slight delay. To navigate through the slides your presentation, please say next so that the clerk may advance your slides. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and our team members, We will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. A reminder that council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means council is to only consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from team members, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. So after hearing from speakers, council may 1, approve the application in principle, 2, approve the application in principle with amendments, 3, refuse the application, or 4, refer the application to team members for further consideration. Finally, if council does not conclude hearing all speakers this evening, we will recess and reconvene the meeting on Tuesday, July the 15th at 3 p.m. Okay, so the first item on the docket is planning incentives for high-performance buildings in the zoning and development bylaw. Now, before we begin, does anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none, the clerk is now going to read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to amend the existing voluntary incentives for high-performance buildings in the Zoning and Development Bylaw, to extend their duration to 2030 to reflect the city's climate targets and continue supporting high-performance builders, to replace the current incentive for larger buildings with one that is more effective, and to develop embodied carbon limits for the voluntary incentive for smaller buildings to reduce the embodied emissions associated with building materials and designs. The following correspondence has been received since referral to the public hearing: 3 pieces of correspondence in support and 1 piece of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Please note that this item does not present the application. Please note that this item does not have a presentation. Please note that the GM of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability is the applicant for this item. With that, would the applicant like to present the application? Doesn't really make sense now, does it? Okay, so there is no, sorry. Sorry, that's right. Stumbling here today. Would the applicant like to present the application? I know you don't have a presentation, but is there anything else? I want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay, are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant? Which is the same thing. Noting this is the only, that doesn't make any sense. So I will never read that because they're one and the same. I see no one in the queue. So this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. So we're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So our first speaker is speaker number 1, Gavin McLeod. Is Gavin here?
Thank you, Mayor Sim and councillors. My name is Gavin McLeod. I am a resident in Vancouver. I'm also a partner at Avera Developments. We've been building homes in Vancouver since 2007. We are here in full support of the General Manager of Planning's recommendation to extend the current incentives that are already in place for high-performance buildings within the Zoning and Development Bylaw until 2030. It was ultimately the introduction of the incentives in 2020 that led us to begin our journey as a high-performance builder. And since then, we built our first net zero home and completed it in the fall of 2022. And we've completed several net zero duplexes as well as single-family homes. We currently have a couple net zero single-family homes under construction, and also a 5-unit net zero multiplex currently under construction. And we largely have this incentive in this bylaw and its introduction in 2020 to thank for it. So I thought I would come, to support the sustainability and planning group, who's been very helpful to us over the years and through the learning curve on how to build and to teach others to build high-performance homes, and also share how some of the incentives we feel have been very valuable and will continue to be valuable for the upcoming years to 2030, should it be extended. The quick and easy one is essentially it costs more money to build a high-performance home, especially under a net zero when you're providing renewable energy. There's the cost of the solar panels. You're increasing the insulation value of the homes. You're improving the air tightness of the homes. And you're also providing more efficient mechanical equipment to deliver these homes that are going to operate more efficiently for the long run. What we learned over the past 5 years of building net zero and high efficiency and high performance homes is that it made several projects that we built viable that would not have been viable otherwise without the incentive. When you have Vancouver, you have some shorter lots that aren't your standard length of 122 feet. If you're building a duplex, say on a 114-foot lot in length, you can still deliver under the incentive. If you're building a high-performance home and delivering that, you can still deliver a half duplex or 2 half duplexes that are 1,400 to 1,500 square feet each. Without the incentive, you're looking at closer to 1,300 square feet, and you're still looking to deliver those family units and check those boxes of a 3-bedroom. Those rooms become smaller. The living spaces aren't quite as livable, I guess you could say, that the slightly larger that a conventional lot would be able to deliver. Under the new multiplex in the R11 for a single family home at 0.6 FSR, you're now going to be limited to about 2,400 square feet of living space. So where we have situations where we have large families and multi-generational planning, where you want to have parents living with you, with the incentive, you can now build a single family home for 2,800 square feet, and you can have that suite for the parents, or that extra common living area, or that extra bathroom. So it's extremely valuable in that case. Sorry. And then also now with multiplex, we're able to deliver larger family units. We could deliver 3 1,400 to 1,500 square foot 3 bedrooms on a 33-foot lot, and 4 and 5 units of the same size on a 50-foot lot. So to summarize and conclude, we strongly support the continuation and extension of the bylaw, which defines incentives for high-performance homes. Continuing these incentives, I strongly believe, will encourage young builders and new builders and builders that perhaps have not built high-performance homes yet to do so and to start the same journey we started 5 years ago. So if we have more homeowners living in sustainable living homes, and we incentivize the builders to do so, we're going to end up with more high-performance homes. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 2, Sean Saint-Amour.
It's a privilege to be back here. Last time I was here was advocating for electrification in our housing, and so it's great to be here. I'm a citizen of Vancouver with my wife and daughter. We're pleased to live here, and pleased here to advocate for the full support of this bylaw. When I look at it, it comes down to 3 things: collaboration, cost, and consistency. When you have passion and you have policy, you've got amazing synergies. As a builder, previously I used to be wanting to be out there with my building science nerdishness and just trying to strive for it. But when I had policy with the government, with the BC Energy Step Code, I was able to really be able to provide quality homes that were also comfortable, healthy, and resistance. Now I'm the manager Revive at Etro Construction, focusing on retrofits. And I would not have been able to get in this position without previous council and this council moving industry forward with this type of advancement in sustainable construction and high performance. When I look at the cost of building, Gord Cook talks about the dumb tax, and that's the tax put on homeowners that want to build high performance. But now that individuals have learned through BCIT, Passivos Canada, and all the amazing globally recognized training facilities that are now here in the Lower Mainland, we have resources to be able to train our builders and our community and tradespeople to be able to provide high-performance building to this local marketplace. That being said, Etro Construction delivered its first passive house multifamily project recently, 12th and Night, using this type of policy, and currently it's the most affordable passive house multifamily in the country. So we have local knowledge to be able to do this, and we want to build more passive houses with these type of incentives. We want to keep that going. When we look at consistency, if this policy stopped, it would hurt the builders that are working on the leading edge and not the bleeding edge. This policy allows us to be leaders, not only in the industry. I'm involved with a Passive House Accelerator that it's now turned into a Passive House global media company that has many examples that we feature Vancouver-based buildings that have done this. And we want to keep that going and be able to bring up the bottom builders that may not see the full benefit of building to the high performance standard. And so collaboration, cost, and consistency is key. This policy will be able to move forward. When we look at the local manufacturers, we now have 6 certified passive house window manufacturers that, given our threats to tariffs, will want to be able to install more windows in the local market. It is amazing that we have windows produced here to the marketplace that would not have been created an industry or created opportunities because of policies that the City of Vancouver has put in place for the last many years. We now have a fresh air machine manufacturer that's providing fresh air to big buildings. That was only allowed because someone was passionate enough to create a factory locally, and we have that here. When we look at the exterior sweater, that insulation that we need for our high-performance homes, we now have prefab manufacturers that are providing innovation in BC to be able to support not only homes in Vancouver, but in Metro Vancouver. It's a really exciting time in our world. And then when we look at some of the other benefits, I just drive, comfort, health, and resiliency is really what we're able to provide from this policy. So I'm completely in favor, and I also speak on our my good friend Monty Paulson, who's no longer with us, and he would be here speaking and advocating for this policy to continue on. So I thank you guys very much for the opportunity to be here, and I'm full in favor of this policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 3, Matt Turner.
Hi, I'm Matt Turner, resident of Vancouver and co-owner of Lane Fab Design Build. I'm usually not here. You guys don't recognize me, but I'm sure you see Bryn all the time. So Lane Fab has been working with the city since the beginning, from the first exclusions for thick walls through to various iterations of green building incentives. The current density bonus for high performance buildings has been working well, and we've been using it on almost all of our projects for the last 5 years. With this, we've been able to market green features to clients easier and with greater success. The density bonus has positioned Vancouver as a leader in the green building space across North America. It has also allowed Vancouver's best builders to differentiate themselves from one another instead of just building to code minimum. $40,000 to $50,000 cost premium to build this type of laneway house provides an additional 200 to 300 square feet, while $80,000 to $100,000 for a house or a single family multiplex can add a value of $500,000 and more. So there is incentive to pay for the upgrade and put in the time and effort. We welcome the exclusions of embodied carbon calculations into the scope, and it's something we've already done in collaboration with the city, an incentive program run by the Zero Emissions Innovation Center. We believe that density bonuses should be used to support innovation in green building. Up to this point, it's been helping us innovate around operational and embodied carbon, as well as electrification and net zero buildings. It doesn't cost the city very much to deliver this innovation and leadership. Many professions and businesses have actually moved to Vancouver because of its green focus. And this density bonus is central to that branding. So obviously I am in favor of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker we have is speaker number 4, Barb Silverthorne.
Good evening, Mayor Sim and council members. My name is Barb Silverthorne. I am a resident of Vancouver and also a principal at Capture Energy, a small energy consultancy specializing in part-time residential projects, also based here in Vancouver. Our firm is deeply committed to accelerating the transition to higher performance building, which both passive house and net zero labeled homes accomplish. Currently, we are actively working on 20 projects under the city's zero emission building program. Within these 20 projects, it's a total of 27 units, ranging from laneway homes, single-family residences, and duplexes with suites. We also have 3 projects enrolled in the near zero embodied emissions stream, where we are working to establish ways to lower the GHG emissions of the products that we're using to construct the homes. I'm here today to speak strongly in favor of extending the planning incentive for the high-performance buildings in the zoning and development bylaw, particularly the density bonus, until 2030. This extension was not merely a request for continuity. It is critical to ensure that the work being done to date can continue. Although the architects, developers, and builders that we work with are finding ways to minimize the additional costs, we are not yet to a point where this is viable without the incentives. Being frank, it is an immense challenge in the current economic climate to incorporate more high-performance buildings given the significant financial constraints of building in the City of Vancouver. As you are aware, navigating rising construction costs, higher interest rates, and often unpredictable permit timelines. These factors place immense pressure on project viability, and builders and developers tell us these projects would not be moving forward without the incentives. The additional bonuses that the programs offer don't offset the increased expenses that developers incur in transitioning to higher performance buildings, but it does make it feasible for these projects to move forward. They bridge the crucial financial gap, allowing us to build better, greener homes despite the economic headwinds. In other words, we need more time to find better solutions to the challenges of this type of building with the incentives in place to offset the additional costs. The 19% floor space exclusion for smaller buildings clearly demonstrates when the incentive is properly calibrated, it becomes a motivator for owners. This highlights that the principle of these incentives are sound, and it's about ensuring the benefits outweigh the additional costs. By providing this long-term certainty till 2030, we give developers the necessary lead time to make informed investment decisions, mitigate the uncertainty, and continue to innovate. This policy not only accelerates our progress with the efficiency, but also creates healthier, more resilient homes that are being constructed to last 100 years or more. It should be our goal to give all future homeowners high-quality, energy-efficient homes without exacerbating the challenges around affordability. We are not yet there, but this program is allowing us to find the path forward. I'll end by reading comments from the owner of a one-of-a-kind project we are working on called 1908 to Net Zero. As a homeowner micro-developer currently undertaking a project under this initiative, the FSR exclusion is absolutely critical to get anywhere close to financial viability. Even with it, it is still quite questionable without considering the longest-term horizons. So we would like to see it closer to a 25% exclusion. Secondly, we will still question the net carbon benefit of solar installation in southwestern BC, where the grid is already renewable. But if microsolar is seen as a way to help offset the need for future power infrastructure megaprojects due to continued electrification, then we would like to see further incentives for both solar installation and battery storage systems. Currently, they aren't financially viable as a standalone value proposition. Lastly, we believe there is a need to more aggressively adopt low embodied carbon materials that are tried and tested elsewhere, yet face various restrictions or disincentives in the COV, be they wood fiber rigid insulation, hemp, or compressed straw insulation in prefab walls. Through our project 1908 to Net Zero, Deep Green Developments are passionate advocates for low whole life carbon missing middle development, and we recommend that projects aligned with the COV's low carbon building objectives be quickly and seamlessly processed and incentivized to help continue to move the industry forward. Financial viability of sustainable microdevelopments is under immense pressure, and absent extension in both time and scope of these programs, they will cease to be put forth, and we will trend in reverse of our climate and housing objectives. That's from Brandon Kotick, and he's the founder and principal of Deep Green Developments. Mayor Sim and Council, I urge you to formally adopt these critical amendments and extend these vital incentives to 2030. It's a strategic investment in a cleaner, healthier, and more resilient Vancouver for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
That's right. Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Charlie Kay. I'm a resident in the City of Vancouver, principal at Deso Properties, a development company with a focus on high-performance residential projects. I want to express my full support for staff's proposed extension of the incentives for high-performance buildings and the continuation of Vancouver being a leader in the region for home building policy that reduces energy consumption and carbon emissions. I was the developer of the city's first CHBA-labeled net zero duplex. During the sales process, there was serious, genuine interest from home buyers to learn more about high-performance homes and the tangible benefits derived from living in them. Residents of Vancouver are seeking housing options that reduce their environmental impact, and the current density incentives really help to offset the significant additional costs of design and construction that a few of the speakers have touched on already here today, and create more exposure in the marketplace for these types of homes and educate the public. I have 2 net zero multiplexes in progress at the city currently, one in construction, another in the design stage. I'd really like to stress that the embodied carbon limits be developed, that are going to be developed in the amended policy be implemented with care and proper consultation with developers and builders. I'm supportive of setting carbon limits. However, if the requirements are too complex, costs are too high to implement, they will discourage participation. Project performance are heavily strained by a number of market factors, and consultation prior to setting the reduction targets will help to ensure projects remain financially viable and this program can continue to be successful. Thank you, staff and council, for your continued leadership in green building policy. Thanks.
Oh, sorry. We're up now? Great. Now, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we are now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium.
Hey, Kathy, did you want to speak to item 1 as well?
Any additional speakers online or in person to provide comment on this item? And we have quorum.
No, we do not.
Okay, great. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No.
Great, so I'm now going to close the receipt of public comments. Do our team members have any closing comments? No, great. Does council have any final questions for our team members? Councillor Kirby-Young.
No, I don't have questions, but I'm happy to move the recommendations and speak to the mayor.
Okay, if you can give me 2 moments here. Seeing no one else in the queue, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
No, we did not.
Oh, great. So council will now make its decision on the application. It was moved by Councillor Kirby-Young. Is there a seconder? All right, Councillor Meisner, thank you very much. Council members, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young, are you still on that queue there?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any discussion?
Yes, I do.
Awesome, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just going to speak very briefly and thank sort of the speakers that came out tonight. It's always really helpful from council to hear when we put policies in place directly from industry in terms of how they think they are working or not, what needs to be tweaked. And in this case, what I'm hearing is that they are beneficial and they are working. It's been a fair amount of process, as was outlined in this report, to get to this, and it was also resulted in the creation, I think, about 10 years ago, of ZEEC, which is now known as the Zero Emissions Innovation Center, and just wanted to acknowledge their work. I have the pleasure of sitting on their board as a council rep in terms of engaging with industry and advancing some of the leadership in this area. And I mean, that's always the litmus test for me: is are they making a difference, and are they appreciated by both industry and the public? And what I'm hearing is yes, and so I'm happy to support it and continue this the sort of leadership that Vancouver has taken. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call a vote. If we can please go to the voting panel. Sorry. Great, and that passes unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. The next item we have on the agenda is number 2, amendments to clarify electric vehicle charging in the zoning and development bylaw. So before we begin, does anyone wish to declare a conflict of interest? All right, seeing none. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, we have 4. The clerk's now going to read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to amend the zoning and development bylaw to facilitate the installation of electric vehicle charging equipment. These amendments clarify that the installation of EV charging equipment is exempt from the requirement for a development permit and will help enable continued growth in the home, workplace, and public charging network. No correspondence has been received on this application since referral to the public hearing.
Great, thank you very much. This is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Please note that this item does not have a presentation. Please note that the GM of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability is the applicant for this item. I'm not going to ask the last thing as well. Are there any, are there any questions from council to our team members who are also the applicant? Noting that this is the only well, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Any questions? I don't see anyone in the queue. Okay, so this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So our first speaker today is speaker number 1, Louis Villegas. And I, Louis there. Let's go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few notes in my hand. Nothing fancy. I am a resident of Vancouver for 40 years, and I've been driving electric since 2018. And I just wanted to share with staff and council some of my experiences. In the last month, I've paid $144 for charging, and that's the equivalent of $290 in gasoline. The amount that I am paying per kilowatt hour is 24 cents. And I think people will be familiar that the hydro charge for domestic charging is 11 cents. So if at 24 cents I paid 144 for charging, if the city were to sort of reinstate their charging meters at a reasonable rate, which I used to use but don't anymore, at 11 cents, for example, a kilowatt hour, my charging for last month would go down to $60. And if government were able to negotiate with BC Hydro for a special rate, and Hydro is considering a tier 2 charging rate, say after midnight at 7 cents per kilowatt hour, then I would have charged my car for $40 for the whole month. And I think that the sort of the savings become apparent when you look at it for a full year, that a full year of charging at $40 a month is $460, and the gasoline cost would have been $3,500. And I think that would be a real incentive for a lot of people to switch over. And ultimately, I guess our goal is to have as few gasoline cars on the street as possible. Some comments about the city chargers. Probably for the first year when I had the car, the charging was free. And I would plug in here at City Hall, and I would plug in one or two other places. And maybe, you know, it's not a supercharger, so I would get maybe 30 miles of charging or something per hour, and I might plug in for an hour or for half an hour, and that would just boost me till the next time. Don't use them anymore. When I'm at the library at 1 Kingsway, where there are 2 chargers that I also used to use, I notice that they're hanging off the wall empty. So I think there's an opportunity there that doesn't even address the issue of installing chargers in buildings, private buildings, for how the city can be more proactive and competitive in not competitive, but more proactive in encouraging people to change. For the buildings themselves, you know, as far as the needs for charging, a plug on the wall, 120 volts is fine. You know, that gives you it gives you 5 miles or 8 kilometers per hour. Overnight, you get 60, which is a quarter tank in my car. Or, and then in a full day, you would get 120 miles or half a tank, and that's plenty. And if there's a need that is beyond that, then, you know, somebody could still just go to a regular supercharger and get all the energy they need in 20 minutes. The problem, though, comes with the wiring. If these outlets are not wired through the meters in multifamily buildings, if they're not wired through the meters to the individual owners, and as the strata councils get hold of them, then the chargers are going to become a profit center for the strata councils, as much of the parking is now. For example, in my building, the parking is half empty because the council charges $50 a month, and most of the people choose to park on the street. So that we have full streets and then we have half empty parking. And I could imagine a situation where we have a lot of chargers installed that are never getting used for the same reason. I think the most hopeful aspect of council's concerns here, and I think they're laudable, is the impact that we can have on pollution. In simple terms, you know, a third of pollution comes from industry and farming. a third comes from transportation, including cars, and a third from urban footprint, from heating and cooling buildings. And I think that by taking policies that are aggressive towards incentivizing people to charge and to move towards renewable energy cars, we could really dent the amount of pollution that is in the air. And from a government perspective, and all levels of government perspective, I think the biggest bonus, the biggest promise are the health benefits that will that will accrue from breathing cleaner air. And I think those are impossible to calculate right now, but I think they could be significant. And that is more or less all I wrote down quickly on my little pieces of paper.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we're now going to take a 2-minute break. 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to come in and come forward to the podium. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. But I think I hear Mike. Sorry, Councillor Clausen. Okay, so do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments?
No, we do not.
Great, seeing no further speakers on the speakers list, seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Have there been a large number of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No.
Great, I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. Do our team members have any closing comments? No? Great. Does council have any final questions for our team members? And I do not see anyone in the queue. So did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
No.
No, great. So council, we're now going to make a decision. If you can please go, oh, sorry. Yes. Perfect. Thank you very much. You guys, I moved, yeah, and Councillor Meisner seconded. Okay. So is there any discussion? Nope. Great. So a reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So I will now call the vote. If we can please go to the voting panel. And that passes unanimously. Awesome. Okay, moving right along. Item number 3, zoning. Great work. Thank you, everyone. Zoning and development bylaw and latecomer policy amendments enabling authority to impose development permit conditions for public amenities, facilities, utilities, and land. So before we begin, does any councillor have a conflict that they wish to disclose? Nope. Right. So the clerk's now going to read the application summary and, application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Engineering in consultation with the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to amend the zoning and development bylaw to clarify that, at the development permit stage, the city has the authority to condition requirements for public amenities, facilities, or utilities, or land for those purposes. These changes include amendments to Section 4, the introduction of a new General Schedule 1, and related updates to district schedules and the latecomer policy. The following correspondence has been received since referral to the public hearing. 1 piece of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061-445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Now, this item has no registered speakers, so council could opt to waive the presentation unless members would find it helpful. Someone wish. Great. Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Is there any discussion? Great. Okay. So all in favor of waiving, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Great, we will waive the presentation. Please note that the GM of Engineering, in consultation with the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability, is the applicant for this item. So with that, would the applicant, I'm assuming you don't want to present the application. These scripts aren't really made for this, are they? You kind of have to think too. Okay. Are there any questions from council to our team members? Noting that, well, no, that doesn't make sense either. So we'll just go ahead. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And yes, thanks. I do have a couple of questions. One, so given that this is coming in part due to provincial legislation, I'm curious, I was looking at Appendix A and Schedule 1, conditions regarding amenities, facilities, and utilities. And I'm curious if what is outlined here goes further than what we would have sought previously with developments prior to this legislation being put in place provincially. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor. And for applications under existing zoning, there would be no changes whatsoever to our approach to determining the infrastructure needed to service the property and to integrate it into this neighborhood. So it would be.
Can I reframe my question? If we were to imagine this legislation didn't exist, it wasn't in place, would these improvements be things we would normally negotiate on behalf of the city? Like all of these improvements? Are these things?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Only what's required to mitigate the direct impact of that application.
Of that application. Okay.
Correct.
So I've seen some in cases where we've needed a a new street upgrade or intersection or things like that, but, okay. And I had one more question, which I might have to come back online if I can't find it. Maybe I'll leave it there because I can't find it. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Great, thank you.
So this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-144-5#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Clerk, do we have any registered speakers online or in person to provide comments?
We do not.
Okay. This is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-144-5#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in and come forward to speak at the podium. Online or in person. Oh, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No.
Great. So I'm now going to close the receipt of public comments. Do our team members have any closing comments? No. Does council have any final questions for our team members? Seeing no one in the queue. Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
No, we did not.
Okay, so council is now going to make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for this application? Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? Doesn't look like it. Great, I'm now going to call the vote. Can we please go to the voting panel? and register your vote, please. Great, and that passes unanimously. Great. Thank you very much. Moving right along, item number 4, rezoning 859 through 883 East 3rd Avenue and 4895 St. Catherine Street. Before we begin, does any councillor want to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing no one raising their hand, the clerk's now going to read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Alabaster Developments Limited to rezone 859 to 883 East 33rd Avenue and 4895 St. Catherine Street from R1-1 Residential District to RR-2B Residential Rental District to permit the development of a 5-story residential rental building with partial story for rooftop amenity space. A floor space ratio of 2.4 is proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to the public hearing: 4 pieces of correspondence in support, 5 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 2 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. Now, there will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Now, this item has no registered speakers, so council could opt to waive the presentation unless any member would find it helpful. Councillor Klassen.
I might have jumped the gun. I was just going to ask some questions, Mayor, and but I'd be fine. Actually, you know what? I'd like to see the presentation on this one. So.
Okay. So let's go ahead and see the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Joe. I am the rezoning planner for this application, which is being considered under the secured rental policy. The site outlined in red is currently developed with 4 single detached homes fronting 33rd Avenue at the northwest corner of 33rd Avenue and St. Catherine Street. There are 7 units of secondary rental tenancies on site, and the tenant relocation and protection policy does apply. The site to the immediate west is zoned RR2B, while lots to the south, north, and east are zoned for residential uses under R11. Consistent with the intent of the SRP, the site shown in red is located near several parks and community spaces. The site is also served by bus service on Fraser Street and 33rd Avenue. The rezoning enabling policy for this application is the Secured Rental Policy, or SRP, which encourages construction of new purpose-built rental housing in Vancouver. The SRP aligns with rental housing goals of the Housing Vancouver strategy and the complete neighborhood goals of the Vancouver Plan. Updates to the SRP were approved by Council in 2021 to create residential rental zones and a map with eligible areas for the standardized RR zones. Rezonings to rental or RR district schedules follow a simplified rezoning process that establishes clarity on permitted height, use, and density. The RR schedules include comprehensive design guidelines with the specific building design to be reviewed during a future development permit process. This map shows sites that are eligible for rezoning under the secured rental policy. The locations are based on close proximity to public transit and local shopping and are located on eligible on and off arterial roads. The yellow star indicates the proposed rezoning site near the intersection of 33rd Avenue and St. Catherine Street. Under the secured rental policy, this site is located on an eligible arterial road and can rezone to the following district schedules as shown on this slide. Mixed use is not required for this site. Sites that are eligible for mixed use include sites with corner lot or sites that are immediately adjacent to a site that is currently zoned for commercial. Out of the eligible options, the applicant has chosen to rezone to the RR2B district scheduled for this project. For this project, the applicant has chosen to rezone to RR2B. The RR2B district schedule allows for a 5-story rental building with an FSR of up to 2.4. The Housing Vancouver strategy seeks to deliver a range of tenures and affordability across the housing continuum. This application is providing market rents ranging from $1,879 to $3,815 per month based on unit type. This table connects the monthly cost of market rental on the east side of the city to the average household incomes they serve. A total of 25 submissions were received during the public consultation period. Support was given for the increase in overall renting stock and for the height and density given the appropriateness of its location near transit, parks, and local shops. Concerns were expressed regarding increased traffic and loss of existing street parking, as well as concerns with the proximity to an adjacent development. In response, engineering staff have reviewed the proposal and note that the proposal will need to meet the requirements of the parking bylaw and have included the provision for the installation of parking regulatory signage on streets adjacent to the site. With regards to the nearby development, staff note that the proposed use and form of development is consistent with the locational criteria of the SRP. The public benefits accruing from this application are the secured market rental housing units, as well as a DCL contribution of over $2.3 million. In conclusion, this proposal meets the intent of the city policy by delivering a market rental building. Staff support this application for a rezoning to the RR2B zone. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And so would the applicant like to present the application if in attendance?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On behalf of the applicant team, we will be waiving our application this evening as we feel that staff have provided a very thorough overview of the application. I am joined here by the project architect, Eric Vanderputten, who's here from Wonder Architecture, and together we're happy to answer any questions that Council may have. We are hopeful for the opportunity to move forward and continue working with staff to bring much needed secured rental housing to this community. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And working on some hearing aids here. So did I hear you say you're waiving the presentation?
We're waiving the
application.
We're waiving the presentation, yes.
Just because this is all on the record.
Yeah, waiving the presentation, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Glad I was paying attention there. Kidding, that's a joke. Okay. This is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. So we're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So Clerk, do we have any registered speakers online or in person to provide comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. And I noticed Sarah is here. Yes, we did miss that, but we can come back. Is that okay, or do we have to do anything procedurally to make that happen? Yep. Yep. Pardon? So we can ask right now. Perfect. Please go ahead, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Yeah, no, I know this location very well. My daughter went to the annex across the street and walks around Grays Park, are usually a leisurely way to wind down the day for my wife and I. So we know this area very well. We also know about the development that's happening next door, which I think we proved a couple of years ago, and it seems to be going up well. I just wanted to allow the applicant, and I see the architect is here, SRP is kind of ties our hands a little bit in terms of what we see at this time. But having taken on this project, I'm just kind of curious how your project might integrate into what I think is a really beautiful area right next to Grays Park. If you have any sort of general comments about that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the project recognizes the importance of the adjacency of the Grays Park, and so what we're looking at right now is ensuring that the bulk of the building kind of faces Grays Park, embraces the park, and tries to respect some of the natural setting that is currently existing on the site.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate on that even just a little bit? It sounds great.
Sure. Yeah. It's going to be a 5-story project, all under the SRP. We're going to be using, brick materials, very similar to the adjacent site, but again, trying to be respectful of the surrounding neighborhood and of the shadowing of the adjacent park.
Okay.
And trying to increase density and provide additional much needed rental housing in the neighborhood.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to that, so the design development will be done through the DP application process, so we are still in early stages of that. But I do want to note that through this application, we did receive conditions for provisions for street improvements along 33rd, St. Catharines, and Durward Avenue, so all 3 frontages. So those do include sidewalk upgrades, curb ramps, and enhanced and upgraded street lighting, as well as new boulevards, and as mentioned, the regulatory parking signage. So I think that will be an excellent improvement to that overall area, especially the adjacency to the park that's right directly across. So I do think that will be an overall public realm improvement that we're happy to provide as part of this application.
Yeah, it's a real gem in the neighborhood. I just want maybe a quick question. Thank you very much. A quick question to staff, just regarding traffic. With the school across the street, we got speed bumps on St. Catharines, but there's always a concern. We've got K-3 kids going to school every day. People, vehicles. Just kind of curious if we've got anything in mind in terms of just responding to traffic conditions around the site.
Thank you for your question. We have staff from engineering that may be able to answer your question, and they should be online.
That's it. Yeah.
We're not hearing from them, but
Hi.
oh, there we
Hello,
go.
Mayor and Council. This is Carol Yee. I'm the Senior Technical Manager with Engineering. In terms of safety improvements with the nearby park, there's also a curb bulge at the corner of St. Catharines and East 33rd. And with curb bulges, it really narrows down the approach at the roadway to help slow down vehicles, especially next to the park. In terms of traffic volumes, given the use and scale of the development itself, it doesn't really trigger meaningful impacts to the existing roadway network operations.
Okay, and just further to that with the 50 seconds or so I have left. In terms of construction, it seems the construction has gone fairly well with the adjacent site right here, but again, we're right across the street from K-3 school annex. I know that there's a lot of large vehicles that come in during construction period. I assume that all the conditions will include just concerns with the adjacency to the school, correct?
Yes, there will be a construction, like transportation management plan during construction to make sure that access, sidewalks and pedestrian access is maintained.
Okay, thanks very much. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think this is my first RR development that's come forward. I think everyone has been CD1, and I think there's been one industrial. Just can you just briefly go over what maybe the public might find different, like in terms of the simplified rezoning process for RR, what they might see differently at a public hearing in terms of like, yeah, I read over it, but in terms of like, there's the built form is determined later, or the renderings aren't finalized, that kind of thing.
At the rezoning, thank you for your question. At the rezoning stage, drawings aren't submitted at this time, but they will be submitted during the development permit stage where they'll be reviewed according to the district schedule guidelines.
Okay, so just pretty much the drawings and the built form and all that's kind of decided later. Okay, excellent. Yeah, thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. So we're now gonna, sir, pardon? We'll take it first. Okay, great. So we're now gonna take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. And after that, Sarah will be the first one. Great, thank you. Sarah, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Mayor and Council. And yeah, for the opportunity to speak. I am very excited, and even thanks to the councilors that asked questions, maybe trying to make sure I knew what a simplified rezoning is. I have seen one before, or everyone should know it. But the reason then I want to speak on it is from a neighbor's perspective, like how jarring it is then to see. And my question, if I had a question to staff, or I could ask a question to staff, was about that writing about, you know, the design being submitted through the development permit process and reviewed with the public at the time. I just am wondering what the communication of the review with the public is like, because but unless it's literally just the board, I guess is what I'm asking. Is that the only sign of communication? Is there a different way that people are reaching out to communicate that? There was a project in an area that I walk by. I don't walk by anymore, actually, because the contract, anyways. I felt intimidated away from the place for asking a question, and I ask a lot of questions, I do know. And the reason I was asking questions was because it was a project that had a simplified rezoning, and I had just seen trees, you know, like a week earlier, and then all of a sudden they were gone. And then some remained, and I was able to get a hold of the rezoning and look at what, even in that one though, they did mention a few of them, but it was different. And that's all fine and dandy, and I don't want to, you know, I like this project, you know, 5 stories, but I just think if we're only getting the details during that part, because because it's not a crazy tower, it gets to go by, then how are we communicating it when it says it will be reviewed with the public at the time? Yeah, sorry. I know I am long-winded and I apologize. That's why I ask one question, it takes too long. And then my only hope would be that the 80 units, 35% 2-bedroom at least, and this is just a hope, it's up to them. Like if it was 60 units, but 40% or 45% was 2-bedroom, I don't know, it could be a cool different design or a different way to look at that design. Yeah, that's all I have, sorry.
Great, thank you very much, Sarah. We do have one speaker online. Lorette, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. You can hear me okay?
We can hear you great. Can we please get your last name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please?
Yes, last name is Swanepoel, and yes, I'm a resident.
Great, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think echoing some of the comments I'm hearing, like, you know, I'm certainly supportive of rental housing. I'm certainly supportive of density in the city. To me, it really is a question that I want council to think carefully about the specific location of this site and the specific timing of this site. And we've got the upcoming village plan for this area. That's already starting to suggest that maybe there's a slight shift in where we put the focus or the core of this area, looking at Grace Park and the role that play in the neighborhood. And I feel like this site is a really crucial opportunity for us in this neighborhood to determine that relationship to Grace Park or the gateway to this broader village area. And the accelerated pace under the rental policy certainly matches with our broader mandate, you know, from the province and others for what I know the pressure council has to deliver. But I also feel like we have equally a responsibility to think of the unique circumstances of each site. And while the site next door was a good opportunity to advance some of this, I think in such short order, immediately adjacent, doing another project that sounds, and again, we're going on sound because it's accelerated. We don't really know the look and feel of this site, but I think the look and feel is going to be critical, and it is going to be impactful, certainly, on this neighborhood if it is another 5-story apartment block. There are other avenues to look at rental housing that is maybe slightly lower FSR than the developer is seeking here. My concern is that we advance under the policy sort of the approval of a 5-story apartment block, and then later down the line for development permit, it's very difficult for this neighborhood to try and realize a slightly different vision of what that site should be. So I think just for council to consider that the timing of the site and that level of really architectural feel for the site that is important. And we're going to lose that opportunity, I feel, under this accelerated process. My last comment is just about traffic. It came up with the application next door, I see from some of those comments, as well as this project. I'm hearing staff response, certainly talking about how to mitigate traffic impacts from the pedestrian and safety, and that's great because 33rd is very much almost a residential street, even though it is arterial. It's unlike other arterials in this area for whatever reason, but it is narrow, it's slow-flowing, back-to-back between Main Street and Victoria, essentially. As is. And now we have a new 100-unit development next door. We've got this development proposed, and bulges and slowing in sidewalks is great for added amenity, but it is not going to resolve the congestion of the added traffic that all is spilling out onto 33rd and relying on 33rd. So wanting to hear a little bit from City in that cumulative modeling and capacity between this portion in the road network.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So Clerk, is there anyone else online or in the chamber?
No, no further speakers.
Okay, so seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No.
Okay, I'm now going to close the receipt of public comments. In a sec. Nope, not yet. I still have, that was literally the next thing. They just jumped the queue. It happens every single time. Does the applicant have any closing comments? No, great, thank you. Do our team members have any closing comments?
No closing comments.
Thank you very much. Does council have any final questions for our team members, noting that no additional questions to the applicant are permitted? Seeing no one in the queue. So Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
We did not.
Okay, council will now make its decision on the application. Do we have a mover for the recommendation? Yes, Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Klassen, please go ahead.
Yeah, just thanks very much, Mayor. Just in closing, I'm just listening to the speaker who called in, and without question, the two adjacent buildings are going to make things busier around there, and 33rd, even though it now has a fairly well-established bus route that connects with the Canada Line, it's only one way to try to mitigate the additional sort of traffic pressures that'll be there. But I do think this is a really special place, and I know more history than I can possibly just share in my remarks around Grace Park and what an incredibly cherished place it is for that community. Has an incredible view of the downtown. Families are usually there daily with their kids on the play set there. There's kids playing pickup basketball. There's tennis courts. But it's a place that probably needs more investment over time, certainly with the additional residents that are going to be moving into that great neighborhood. And although I realize that at this stage of the project, it's all very, very high level and conceptual in terms of what it is, but I'm encouraged by what I've heard with regards to how the new building will try and relate to the park, and but my sort of overall concern would just be about parking and traffic and how it moves in and out of the building, whether it's off Durward or St. Catharines or 33rd. I just want to make sure that whatever we do there is really safe for the community. But I will be supporting this application and look forward to seeing it coming forward with a bit more detail. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue. A reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. I'm now going to call the vote. If we can please go to the voting panel. Great. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, the next item on the docket is number 5, CD-1 rezoning 414 through 420 West Pender Street. Before we begin, does anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest? All right. The clerk's now going to read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Fastmark Development Corporation to rezone 414 to 420 West Pender Street from DD Downtown District to CD-1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 12-story mixed-use building containing 88 rental units and commercial space on the ground floor, a floor space ratio of 9.44 and a height of 36.4 meters, or 119.5 feet, with additional height for rooftop amenity space are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to the public hearing. One piece of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to here to present the application. Now, this item has no registered speakers, so council may opt to waive the presentation unless any member would find it helpful. Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Great, we will waive the presentation. I'm sure it was fabulous as well, so. Okay, would the applicant like to present the application, if in attendance? No.
Good evening, Mayor Council. This is the applicant, Hans Fast speaking. Just opening remarks. Just want to thank the entire city staff planning team for working with us on this application. And I'm here attending the meeting together with our architect, who's in the council chambers, along with our heritage consultant, John Atkin, who's attending online, and look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, thanks for very much, Mayor. I'd like to direct a question to the architect from the applicant, if it's okay. When we get these presented to us, they tend to be pretty Spartan in terms of details. But I'm excited about the heritage retention here, and I thought maybe I'd give you a couple of minutes of time just to expand a little bit of what you sort of see happening here for this project. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicholas Chen. I'm representing JW Architecture on this project at 414 to 420 West Pender Street. And yes, it's a really interesting project from a heritage perspective. And on this project in particular is that there's a bank that's on 2 stories, heritage at the base of the building, but also to the neighboring property towards the east is also a heritage building. So a really interesting part of this project is that we had to take in consideration not just our lot, our building, but also our neighboring buildings and how that actually ties in. And I think we did a really good job at that, where we were able to respect the heritage that was there while still giving the new building a little bit of identity, so it stood separate from it, while at the same time addressing the neighboring property that had cornices on multiple floors that tied into our building as well, which is very unique because now we have to adjust that for our site. So In respect to the heritage, we're retaining the heritage facade on the first floor of the building, and we are trying to reuse some of the material that's within the building to just not forget what was there, and there's some really nice materials that are there as well. I hope that answers your question.
Thanks very much. We have so little of that sawtooth experience in our downtown, so just seeing that is very appealing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing where you go with this at this time. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I had a question for the applicant. Just curious, also about the heritage portion of the development. Wondering what you envision for that space, and also it was mentioned by the architect that that's a two-level space. I'm just wanting to confirm if that's going to stay the case with the redevelopment.
Hi, Councillor Mazur. Yeah, thank you for your question. We envision some sort of destination retailer in that space. There's no parking outside, and there's only visitor parking in the lane, and so it's very tricky to have large various type of retailers that can entertain that space because most of them need parking. But in that vicinity, there's a lack of everything from pharmacies to coffee shops, and so they're two small spaces, and so we envision someone that respects and someone that can take advantage of the retained heritage facade. And but really, there's a lack of lots of retail downtown, so we could imagine anything in there. And to answer your second question, sorry, actually, Councilor Mazur, can you repeat your second question?
Yeah, it was just around, is it still going to be a double height space?
Correct. Yeah. So in the front, there will still be an overheight space. So it will be partially double height. Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thanks, Hans. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Orr.
Sorry, yeah, just a bit of a follow-up on the owner. It kind of got me thinking, when you kind of touched on what you'd like to see in the retail, but the current tenant, is that McLeod's Books that's in there? Or like he's got like I feel like he's got like a, maybe like an annex there or something? I know McLeod's is kind of beloved institution in Vancouver, and I know there's been sort of discussions around where his current location is. I just wonder if you'd been in conversation with that tenant at all.
Hi, Councillor. Yeah, great question. He uses the space currently as book storage. His corner store is on the other side of the street of West Pender, so currently he's using it as book storage, and we remain in contact with him. We haven't decided on who the retailer will be moving forward, but currently he is leasing the space from us. And on the second level, we have office space leasing out to a few energy and architect consultants.
Okay, interesting. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. This is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X, made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Clerk, do we have any registered speakers online or in person to provide comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X, made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we are now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. Yeah. on the line or in person to provide comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No.
Okay, I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? No? Okay.
No, we do not.
Great. Thank you. Bless you. Do our team members have any closing comments? Thank you. Okay, does council have any final questions for our team members? Noting no additional questions to the applicant are permitted. I don't see anyone in the queue. So, Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
No.
Awesome. We did it right this time. Council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover for the recommendations? Councillor Klassen, thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Meisner. Council members, is there any discussion? Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to thank and commend the applicant architect for the project. I think it's really thoughtful. And I really am looking forward to seeing kind of, I think is like really a revitalization of this block. There's been 2 other recent rental projects completed on this block that I think fit in really well with the heritage streetscape in the neighborhood and are not overwhelming. And this project will be similar. It's quite sensitive to the context of Victory Square. And it is going to add rental housing where there wasn't any housing before. So I think that's a win, as well as no displacement. And again, the heritage retention and restoration of the facade. So I just want to say I think it's a great project and I hope to see more projects like this in the surrounding blocks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, if we can please go to the voting screen and if everyone can register their vote. Great, and that passes unanimously. Congratulations. Great, thank you. Okay, the next item on the docket is item number 6, CD-1, 198 text amendment, 1700 through 1750 West 75th Avenue. Now, before we begin, does anyone on council wish to declare a conflict of interest? Right, seeing no one, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Lawnpree Architecture to amend CD-1 198 bylaw number 6254 to create a sub-area for 1700 to 1750 West 75th Avenue, known as Angus East Lands, to permit additional land uses aligned with I-2 Industrial District schedule, including a privately owned child daycare facility, as well as school uses, including school, elementary, or secondary. The proposal contains no changes to the form of development. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. No correspondence has been received on this application since it was referred to the public hearing.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445#. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. This item does not have registered speakers, so council can opt to waive the staff presentation unless any member would find this helpful. Move to waive. Councillor Klassen, thank you. Councillor Domino seconded. Is there any discussion? Great. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. We will waive the presentation. Would the applicant like to present the application if in attendance? Right. Okay. Are there any questions from council to our team members or the applicant, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? Okay. And seeing none, this is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So, Clerk, do we have any registered speakers on the line or in person to provide comments on this item?
We do not.
Thank you. This is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. If there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. So we're good now? Okay, great. So Clerk, do we have any additional speakers on the line or in person to provide comments on this item? Yep, we have Sarah. Sarah?
Hi, thanks, Mayor and Council. I'll be really quick. I just had like a thought, and I'm trying to. So I understand the proposal specifically and speak to that specifically. So the separation of the sub area that is being separated is 1,600 because I don't want to get my numbers mixed up. So, you know, and I know it's office buildings, but basically, I see that it could be childcare, and I just want for like the public health of the kids, for them hopefully to have a place to explore and wander in nature and learn about living things. And so when you take the whole site, it's much bigger, obviously. If you like that, not the sub area, it's over 19,000 square meters, and you would recommend 360 trees on that area. I know the sub area comes out to 1,600 square meters, so it would be closer to 16. So like, but I'm trying to understand, because it is in an office area, how it works. But when there's kids involved and it's where they grow up and learn, and it's like a, you know, we used to go out for recess and play. So I guess I'm just wondering if that area, whatever square meterage that area is, can have at least the amount of trees that's recommended in the bylaw, if not more, like 16 to 360. That would be, I think, a great public benefit to the kids in the childcare facility. Cool. Sweet.
Great, thank you very much, Sarah. Are there any other speakers online?
No.
Great. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No.
Okay. I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? I don't think they're present, are they? Nope, okay. There you are, sorry. Thank you. Do our team members have any closing comments?
No closing comments, thank you.
Thank you very much. Does council have any final questions for our team members, noting that there are no additional questions to the, or no questions are permitted of the applicant? No. Seeing no one in the queue, we'll keep going. So Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of the public comments?
We did not.
Great, thank you. Council will now make its decision on this application. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none here. A reminder that any council member participating virtually whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So I'm now going to call the vote. And if we can please go to the panel. And that passes unanimously. Great. Thank you very much. Congrats. Thank you. Okay. Item number 7, CD-1 rezoning, 4001 through 4009 Ninth Street and 1348 East 24th Avenue. So before we begin, does anyone on council wish to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none, the clerk's now going to read the application and the summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Joe Carriera to rezone 4001 to 4009 Ninth Street and 1348 East 24th Avenue from RM-1 Residential District to C-2 Commercial District to CD-1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 23-story mixed-use building containing 233 strata residential units, a 37-space turnkey childcare facility for city ownership, and commercial space on the ground floor. A floor space ratio of 10.79 and a height of 76.9 meters, or 252 feet, with additional height for rooftop amenity space are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends refusal of the application as outlined in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to the public hearing. 23 pieces of correspondence in support, 26 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 10614445 #. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members for planning, urban design, and sustainability here to present the application.
Mayor Council, Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. And I wanted to offer a short introduction before staff walk through the application and staff's recommendation. I wanted to do so as the recommendation for this application is a rare occurrence. It is a staff recommendation for refusal. In the vast majority of cases on projects without staff support, they're withdrawn or perhaps rethought, or as in many cases, we are able to work through issues and trade-offs towards a supportable project. On occasion, and it hasn't occurred in some time, we are not able to reconcile issues or trade-offs, and we are not in a position to bring a recommendation for support. This isn't a decision we arrive at lightly. Nevertheless, we are also not meant to be gatekeepers, and council is the decision-making authority. And so, staff will walk you through the proposal as the applicant would like to proceed, would like to proceed with for your consideration. And we will also walk through the rationale for our recommendation. The applicant is here to present and answer questions as well. And as always, public submissions inform your decision. Despite the fact that we were not able to fully align on the proposal, I'd like to commend the applicant and our staff for the productive discussions over the time we have been working together. And with that, I will leave it to staff to go through the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Casey Peters. I'm the Assistant Director of the Rezoning Center and the planner for this rezoning application for the project located at 4001 to 4009 Knight Street and 1348 East 24th Avenue. As you heard from Josh White, the staff are recommending non-support for this rezoning application as it is not in keeping with current council policy or the longer-term growth and development direction set out in Vancouver Plan. Staff followed a standard process for the review of the application, including public engagement and preparation of draft bylaws and conditions for council consideration. The site is comprised of two properties located at the corner of Knight Street and East King Edward and East 24th. And I just want to check because the slide did not advance on the screen. My slide did advance.
I'm not sure why it's.
Okay, thank you. The site is comprised of two properties located at the corner of Knight Street, King Edward Avenue, and East 24th Avenue. It is showing in slideshow mode on my screen.
Maybe Yeah, yeah, this one's important. They're all important. This one's unique. Let's make sure we, thank you.
It's showing as. I'm fine if you want to run it, and I can just give you a. Should I stop sharing? That's
Thank you. Whoever worked their magic there.
okay, thank you. Can I get you to advance? Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, the site is comprised of two properties located at the corner of Knight Street, King Edward Avenue, and East 24th Avenue. The area is characterized by a mix of uses and building types, including low-rise residential to the west and south, low and mid-rise mixed-use buildings along Knight Street and Kingsway, and a mixed-use development at 17 stories at the southeast corner of Knight Street and Kingsway known as King Edward Village. Of note, a 14-story supportive housing project was approved at the southeast corner of Knight Street and King Edward at public hearing in June 2022, with a DP issued in September 2023. Next slide, please. The site is located near King's Crest Park and Kensington Library. Bike routes are shown in the blue dotted line and are located to the east on Dumfries and to the south on East 29th Avenue. The site is not located with any transit-oriented areas and is approximately 1.5 kilometers to the nearest SkyTrain station. Next slide. The proposal is for 23-story mixed-use building with 233 strata units and a 37-space turnkey childcare facility on level 5 of the tower. The proposal is for an FSR of 10.79 and a height of 252 feet. Amenity space is located on the roof, and access to underground parking is located off of East 24th Avenue. Next slide. The proposal is not in keeping with the general intent of any council-approved rezoning enabling policies which apply to the site. Vancouver Plan is not a rezoning enabling policy, but it does outline the city's long-term growth strategy. Next slide. Vancouver Plan designates the site as within a future neighborhood center. These areas are envisioned to allow up to 6 stories on local shopping streets and 12 stories within a block or two of these shopping streets. Detailed planning work on future neighborhood centers has not commenced yet, and planning staff are concerned about the consideration of such a significant development in advance of Council's consideration of future policy for neighborhood centers. Exploration of additional height and density beyond what that generally prescribed in the Vancouver Plan is more appropriately completed intentionally through that planning process rather than through a single rezoning application. Until such a time as further planning work is completed, staff's opinion is that this proposal is not in keeping with the long-term growth context for this area. The project is being considered ahead of emerging policy and can set an expectation for similar locations throughout the city. Next slide. The Vancouver Plan's land use vision for the city is fundamentally linked to location and transit accessibility with a land use hierarchy that locates the highest densities in or near the metro core Oak Ridge Town Center, and near rapid transit station areas. As mentioned, the site is located in a neighborhood center, which is shown in green on the screen, and is proposing heights and densities more in line with a TOA or Broadway plan site, shown in red. The site is not located within one of these higher density areas identified in Vancouver Plan, nor is it located within a provincially designated transit-oriented area. Next slide, please. Staff followed a standard engagement process for this application. A virtual question and answer period was held in September 2024, and an in-person open house was held on October 1st. A total of 101 submissions were received, and approximately 29 members of the public attended the in-person meeting. Support was expressed related to the inclusion of childcare and commercial space, the building design, and increased density. And comments of concern were related to the proposed height and density, loss of neighborhood character, lack of affordability, parking and traffic safety, and insufficient amenities and infrastructure in the area. Next slide. Staff have reviewed the feedback from the community and have the following responses. Regarding height and density, staff are also concerned with the proposal as submitted, and as previously mentioned, the proposal is not in keeping with general intent of council-approved rezoning enabling policies. The Vancouver Plan designates the site as a future neighborhood center with heights contemplated between 6 and 12 stories. Planning work on future neighborhood centers has not commenced. The site is outside of a TOA, and the proposal is not appropriate for this location at this time. Regarding affordability, the proposal is for strata residential units, and as planning work has not commenced on neighborhood centers, it is unknown whether or not there will be an expectation of affordability component for strata proposals. Regarding parking and safety, staff note that should the project be approved by council, it would be required to address the engineering conditions included in Appendix B. Next slide. Should council decide to approve the rezoning, the project would contribute approximately $7 million in DCLs, a 37-space childcare valued at approximately $8.8 million, and approximately $380,000 for public art. Next slide. In conclusion, this proposal is not in keeping with the general intent of council-approved rezoning enabling policies which apply to this site, nor is it in alignment with the city's long-term growth strategy and direction as outlined in the Vancouver Plan. Staff recommend non-support of this rezoning application, and staff and the applicant team are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, would the applicant like to present the application if in attendance?
I was intending to share the applicant's presentation, so just checking that you're able to share. Great.
Good. Thank you. And good evening. Just for clarification, is there a time limit for me or? Oh, great. I'll keep it brief-ish. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for making the time for us tonight. And thank staff, Casey, for all the help in getting this project to this stage tonight. My name is Joe Carrera, VP Development at Conwest Developments, and I'm joined by our consultant team from Frankel Architecture and from Bunton Associates and from DK Landscape. I'm also joined by our Conwest team, which includes Ben Today, our COO and partner, and Tony Marinelli, founding partner of Conwest Developments. In addition, I want to give a special shout out to Kim Most, our VP of Development on this project, and Bianca Bellini, Senior Development Coordinator. Couldn't have gotten this far without her, so thank you all. Through my career, I've had the privilege of delivering childcare, market, and non-market housing throughout the province. Personally, I've been a resident of Vancouver for almost 60 years. and had the opportunity to grow up in this neighborhood, KCC neighborhood, Kensington Cedar Cottage. Had my first job delivering Vancouver Sun to the homes that are still exist in the area today. Next slide, please. Conwest is a Vancouver-based real estate development company founded in 1985 with over 40 years of development project experience, delivering commercial, industrial, and residential development across Greater Vancouver. This slide includes some of our recent City of Vancouver projects, including residential rental, award-winning commercial industrial buildings. Next slide. This is a unique development opportunity. Why? It's an underutilized site consisting of a 55-year-old strip mall with a dry cleaner, uniquely located on 3 street frontages and 2 arterials in the heart of Cedar Cottage, Kensington Cedar Cottage, Little Saigon neighborhood, and well serviced by transit. High density tower projects have been approved, as we've heard, on this very corner, in very close proximity to this proposal. There's no tenant displacement per the tenant relocation policy. It's a well-established neighborhood with existing complement of services and amenities. And I just want to add that in many of the proposed TOA areas have nowhere near this level of amenity. Next slide, please. Just a brief walk through the timeline. I'll keep it short, but this 27 years. In 1998, the KCC Vision Plan was adopted by Council. Under this plan, the King Edward Village project was approved 22 years ago. This project is 17 stories, and here we are 22 years later with a 23-story building. Besides this project, policy has not resulted in much more in terms of neighborhood development. We have the, in June of 2022, as Casey mentioned, the BC Housing Supportive Housing Project was approved, kitty corner to our project, which notably, although shorter because it is such a small site size, the density is almost the same as ours, about 11 FSR. In May of 2023, Council approved the prioritization framework approved to prioritizing the greatest amount of net new housing units across the entire housing continuum and for projects with co-location of childcare. Why? Because of the crisis in both categories. More on that later. In November of 23, the KCC Vision policy was repealed by Council, leaving the area without sufficient policy to support this project, is what we've heard. Unintended consequence, maybe. In March of 24, based on everything above and based on, and through this timeline, we've made a number of different applications to the city, and here we are. Based on this crisis level need for housing and childcare in this area, Conwest submitted this application March of 2024. Next slide, please. This is a project overview. We've heard it from staff. Thank you for that. 37 space childcare, transferred to the city at no cost to be operated by a nonprofit operator. 233 market ownership units, grade level commercial, 84 family friendly units as well, including 3-bedroom units. The next slide, please. The following slides are just around addressing the issue of not having sufficient policy. So thoughtful projects often inform and make the best policy. They make very good policy. Often thoughtful projects lead good policy. In the absence of policy in this area, we need to keep in mind that, right? Here's how this proposal will inspire positive neighborhood change, we believe, and policy direction. This inspiration is supported by sound development economics as well. Slide, please. So number one, community support. Well, you see there are letters received by through our stakeholder engagement. The project received support from neighborhood residents, businesses, notably the YMCA of BC, the YWCA of BC, who's here tonight, and the Cedar Cottage Neighborhood House. which have been providing needs-based community services in the area for 75 years. The Cedar Cottage Neighborhood House recognizes in the letter the urgent need for childcare spaces in our community, particularly spaces for children under the age of 5, which are critically in short supply. Development of childcare spaces across Vancouver has not been equitably distributed in the Midtown East area. ConWest has shown a consistent interest in developing a project that responds to the community needs, and we look forward to seeing this project moving forward and to the many benefits it will bring to the Kensington Cedar Cottage community, end quote. Thank you. Next slide, please. Number 2, the Urban Design Panel unanimously supported this project in November of 2024. The Urban Design Panel advice was sought to comment specifically on height, massing, and form of development. The panel supported the height, massing, and form of development unanimously. Next slide, please. 3, childcare crisis. As we've heard, there's an urgent need for childcare spaces, and they are in critical short supply in East Vancouver. This has been reiterated by the YMCA, YWCA, and Cedar Cottage Neighborhood House. There are over 3,000 spaces in the pipeline, which is a great advancement that's happening in Vancouver. In spite of this, as per the slide, there's still a 5,000 space shortfall. Number 4, housing crisis. And we've all heard this, right? So home ownership, strata condominium is a vital component of the housing continuum. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. A vital component of the housing continuum and an important goal and aspiration of many people to own their own home in the city of Vancouver. Home ownership provides much desired family stability. The city has recognized this. The housing department has recognized this. And the city has a strata condo target of 26,000 new homes by 2033. We want to be a part of that. Although 22,000 units have been approved by the City of Vancouver over the past 3 years, which is a great accomplishment, a large portion of these units are rental housing. And finally, a recent Vancouver survey concluded that 77% of residents agree that all neighborhoods should have all types of housing, supportive, social, rental, condo. This area, with this project, will have all those. Number 5, or next slide, please. Number 5, all housing is good housing. I'm fortunate enough to remember and to get to work with Cameron Gray, former City of Vancouver Director of Housing. He said that. And this slide shows our area. It shows only 216 ownership units were approved or built in the last 10 years. This area is vastly served with ownership opportunities. Number 6, it's an existing high-density neighborhood context. I'm sorry, next slide, miss. This is plug and play, policy-wise. The area is well-established community. We've heard that already, right? The urban context includes high-density projects all on the same corner. Commercial, retail, food store across the street on the same corner. The staff report, when we appreciate the staff report, also captured that this location could be identified for additional height and density. Vancouver, the City of Vancouver is a world leader in high-density development, and we have proven how livable and desirable it can be. Next slide, please. Rich in neighborhood amenities, number 7. This is an existing complete community, rich in community public amenities with a 95 Walker's Paradise walk score. The area is well served by transit, easy access to parks, Kingcrest, Glen, Sunnyside, local schools, Lord Selkirk, that's my elementary, Charles Dickens, Sir Richard McBride, Tyee, the Vancouver Public Library as across the street, Cedar Cottage Neighborhood House we've talked about, Charlotte Lake Community Center within less than a kilometer, the ambulance service up the street. Next slide, please. well serviced by public transportation with 3 different bus lines at the doorstep. You walk out, you hardly get wet, you get on a bus, including future rapid bus line on King Edward. And Nanaimo, VCC Clark, and the Broadway Rapid Transit Station, all located a 15-minute bus ride or approximately 1.4 kilometers from this site. I just want to identify that what I also just want to identify what might be an oversight and refer to Casey, but on the staff report that states that the closest rapid transit station is 29th Avenue, 2.5 kilometers away. As I mentioned, in fact, there's three rapid transit in around 1 to 2 kilometers away. So I think that was an oversight. Number 9. Revitalizing Kingsway. Kingsway is an important major arterial outside of the Broadway plan. Oh, I'm sorry, next slide. I get used to that. Kingsway is an important major arterial outside of the Broadway plan, shown here in purple. Kingsway has not seen much redevelopment. Given the easy access to transit and retail, these Kingsway neighborhoods are positioned well for increased density and very livable places, very well serviced. Some areas of the Broadway plan, you can see on this map, which are based in, or which the Broadway plan, as everyone knows, is based on access to transit. Some of those areas are 1.3 kilometers to the stations. We're 1.4 kilometers, and we have 3 stations that we get to. Number 10, and this is the last point. I'm sorry, next slide. Kensington Cedar Cottage Gateway. Kingsway and Nice become a commercial node as envisioned by the Vancouver City Council City Plan 1998. The site serves as an ideal location for the gateway to the neighborhood, framing the coastal mountains at the southern end of the entrance to the commercial center. The increased density will support local businesses and will create more vibrant, socially connected neighborhood through increased economic activity and enhance the neighborhood safety with eyes on the street. And in conclusion, next slide, please. In conclusion, why support this project? No tenant displacement. Community support from residents, businesses, and local nonprofits. Unanimous urban design panel support for the density, height, and massing. Response to the childcare and housing crises. King Edward Village high density context. Rich in neighborhood public amenities. Well served by transit and revitalizing the forgotten Kingsway. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. Are there any questions from council to staff or the applicant, noting that this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant? And Councillor Meisner, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Joe, for the presentation. My first question is actually to staff, but it's around the neighborhood center planning work. I'm wondering, is that part of the village's planning program that's forthcoming, or is that a separate piece of work?
It is a separate piece of work. Villages is one typology within Van Plan that, by virtue of council direction, is underway. It's in process right now. We anticipate in early-ish 2026, we will bring our recommendations for villages. Neighborhood centers is a planning process to follow. We are currently trying to understand the sequencing of our next steps beyond villages in terms of area planning work. One option may be to proceed following villages with neighborhood centers, but we're also weighing that against updating our TOA areas as well. So we'll bring council an update on the sequencing of that planning, but neighborhood centers hasn't yet commenced.
Safe to say that's several years away.
It's at least, I would say, a year from commencing at best, and at least a couple years from completing, assuming it's the next to be prioritized.
Okay, thank you. And then can you remind me, that neighborhood centers planning, I heard a mention of 6 to 12 stories is what is envisioned?
Yeah, that's what Vancouver Plan expresses as the typical scale. Vancouver Plan articulates a hierarchy the main organizing principle being transit. Neighborhood centers are typically focused around good levels of transit service, fairly frequent service, higher level of service than, for example, villages, but not the same level of service as, say, TOAs, which is typically SkyTrain or other rapid transit.
Okay. So if it was a BRT or something on Kingsway, would that change the allowable height on this site?
Yeah, if it were defined as rapid transit as we would, it would have a TOA type designation. I will say too, that is sort of the starting point for thinking about neighborhood center context. A lot of that's to be the actual density in different locations, heights, is going to depend on that opportunity.
Yeah.
A location like this may emerge as a place that we would want to focus it, depending on the amenities, walkability, transit access, context, site size. There's things like site size. Larger sites can tend to carry more density, to offset in-kind amenities and things like that, like public space. But we'd like to have the opportunity to have that planning exercise determine those goals.
Okay, thank you for that. And then another question, and I don't know if you can answer this, but from planning's perspective, if this was a rental tower and it was this height, would you be in support or more supportive or recommend support?
What I would say about rental versus condo, the presentation is exactly right. All housing is good housing, and we have goals around strata that we want to achieve, and arguably we're under building that right now. I think what's notable about rental versus strata through planning exercises, what we typically do is attribute slightly more density to rental versus strata. Based on the economics of that type of development. And perhaps that is one of our concerns with this as a strata at this scale, because it might set expectations for strata at this height, but it based on our pattern of giving some incentive or additional height based on the economics of rental, it might create an expectation of slightly even higher, maybe sort of in that 28-story expectation for rental, based on the patterns we typically go with.
Okay, thanks, Josh. The next question was for Joe, just in my last minute here, so if it'll need to be efficient. Joe, can you tell me if this building was shorter, for example, let's say it was 12 stories as per planning's desires, would you be able to deliver the childcare amenity?
Through the mayor, Your Worship, no, there's no way. The economics are, I'm an appraiser by designation. Economics, everyone reads the paper, right? New tariffs today, uncertainties increasing, not decreasing. We got reports out from CMHC as well, rentals falling off a cliff. There's a lot of negative news out there. So I think even put all that aside, even in a healthy market, the cost of childcare, the cost of delivery, the answer is emphatic no.
Okay. Suspected so. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks to staff for the presentation. Thanks, Joe, for unpacking what you're trying to do here. I'm going to spend time with you. I can talk to staff after. I want to talk about ownership.
Yeah.
I think I personally feel that the Canadian dream in many ways is wound up in the ability to own a home and build equity. Not for everyone, but for a lot of families, that's been the way forward. When you came to this to council with this project, you talked about affordable ownership, attainable home ownership in some ways. Can you just explain a little bit about your vision for that one? And because I think it rolls into the project itself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you always gonna be. I mean, a lot of people know I spent 10 years with BC Housing, delivering housing. So the reason I say that is basically because some of these terms are quite charged, and you gotta be careful the terms you throw around. Even attainable housing has a certain definition now, right? Depending on your definition. So I gotta be careful. So I be careful with the words that way, right? And I think. I grew up in this neighborhood. I just want to start there. Mr. Mayor, through you. And it's never, that was in the 80s, okay? Like, that was never been affordable. You know, growing up there, we couldn't afford to live, we couldn't afford to buy a place in our neighborhood. And that was, when it was the 80s, 50 years ago. but there's also not a lot of options, and I think that's the point I'm trying to make here. So there was very few, if any, kind of stratified condo at the time in the area to go as an option to stay in the area that you grew up in. And so that's what's one thing. I think it offers that opportunity for people that want to stay in the neighborhood. I think in terms of this project is not a luxury condo. We've seen lots of those, and Vancouver is, I guess, blessed and cursed for being one of the best places on the planet. But it's not a luxury condo. It's going to be designed and marketed to local market, and and be attainable, that way by the local market.
Let me ask you about the site itself. Why this site? And why do you think this project is appropriate for this site?
I think I mentioned a few of those things earlier. I think there's like those 10 reasons really. Very important that unlike projects in the Broadway plan, there's no displacement of housing. I mean, people first, right? So there's no displacement of housing. So the site is prime for redevelopment. And that's one thing. But really the very unique, in terms of precedent, I don't think there's, my point on the precedent is if there are other sites that are on three frontages, maybe even two frontages, where there's on arterials that can handle the density in location with other towers on the other two corners, 3 out of 4 corners with this project. If that's a precedent and the city's being gifted a 37-space childcare, that should be a good precedent. That should be in the policy. That's my point about policy.
I'm going to ask you just about how this project, this building itself, can add to the energy of that particular area, because it is a center, grocery store, library, coffee shop.
Yeah.
It's a busy place.
Yeah, it's a busy place. It's a great place. Cedar Cottage Pub, some of the restaurants. So the staff and I, we've knocked on the doors of all the businesses there. We've met all the business owners. Everybody, I mean, people are busy, right? That's what happens. Council knows this. If everybody that was in support of the project came out tonight, there wouldn't be enough room in here, in my opinion. We talked to a lot of people, and the business owners especially were like, yeah, bring it on. We need more people. We need more energy. We want people here to come to our shops, basically. And the site right now is it backs itself onto the street. It faces inward. It's a one-story building. It's surface parking, and this will have. You've seen the beautiful design, Frankel architecture. That corner, I really believe. It's always been one of the premises of the design is a gateway project. You drive down Knight Road, it's a gateway. You're here now. You're in Cedar Cottage. You got already King Edward Village. It's up 22 years old already. You got this one. It's a gateway. You're here now in Cedar Cottage. Hey, I should pull over. Coffee, restaurants, etc. So, and eyes on the street too, right? It's a bus stop. It's a busy bus stop actually to UBC.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no eyes on that street.
That's my time. Thanks very much, Joe.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor? We can't hear you, Councillor. Please restart our timer as well.
Yeah, so my first question I'll direct to the applicant. And I know that you had a timeline slide there. I wonder if you can just kind of explicitly tell us how long have you been trying to work to activate the site that is currently a strip mall to do something different with it?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've owned the site about 10 years. One thing I glazed over was we now have our provincial approval for remediating the site from an environmental point of view. But over those 10 years, we've been working with the city on we started with a nonprofit that ultimately tired of the process and moved to Burnaby. It's unfortunate, a seniors housing provider. And then we've tried a few under different policies, under different councils. We tried a few different options, and none of them worked out. So it was loosely, it's been 10 years to be honest. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay, thanks. And I'm going to direct the question to staff. I know that, and maybe to Josh, our planning director. I know that we have been aggressively pushing housing and rental specifically. And it's difficult to build all types of housing. When you sort of look at the cycles in terms of when a council of the day is trying to drive a particular tenure, or you look at the sort of the intersecting economic conditions, how are we doing for strata? Because like we've had very, very few strata approvals come forward that I can recall for years. So do we anticipate that the successful rental is going to leave us a little unbalanced with not having strata options? Do you have any sort of general commentary around that with returns to in terms of the overall housing continuum and what's been coming forward?
Yeah, our housing plan, as was on the slide in the applicant's presentation, highlights that we still do want at least 25% of our housing mix to comprise of ownership. I would suggest that, yeah, in fact, we are probably underbuilding right now. I don't know necessarily whether that's a reflection of policy as much as it is a reflection of the challenges in the market and challenges in financing, challenges in pre-sale. But yes, we do have some concern that we're not achieving those targets. And certainly want to find ways to be able to support that outcome to round out the full continuum of housing that we seek.
Okay, and do we have of the strategic projects going forward? Do we have strat projects in the pipeline? Do we see them coming? Does it look like we have some coming to fruition? Is it west side versus east side? Could you give us a bit of a flavor?
Yeah, we have a large number of strata homes approved, and not as many coming through construction to fruition at present. I would anticipate that affordability factors in the east end relative to like price to income ratios might facilitate more kind of market buoyancy in the east end versus the west end. But right now the whole market is fairly static. Nonetheless, like for example, in the Rupert Renfrew plan that was at council this week for consideration, one of the very early rezoning applications we have is for strata. About three of the four towers proposed on a large site are for strata. So, we anticipate there may be some market opportunity there on the east end.
Okay, and I'll flip back to the applicant for another question, and that is, we are to the point that Director of Planning raised, and I was going to ask, is that we are seeing applications, some of them limited. I think on strata we're underbuilding as it was characterized, but they may be approved, but they're not being built. What makes you feel confident if council were to approve a non-compliant rezoning, that you would be able to build in these conditions and deliver $60 million in public benefit with the $8 million, or the $7 million in cash and the 8.8 for the childcare?
Yeah, thank you for that. It speaks to the larger market as Mr. White was talking about. The market is very stagnant right now. It's no secret. The market is, on life support for lots of reasons. Right now, we are prepared and willing to move forward. We need an approval to do that. If council desires to approve the project tonight, then we would look at moving the project forward. But right now, the market isn't there, quite frankly, and we would need the market to improve.
So the site, you might get the approval, but you may not proceed to building it for some time?
And maybe sooner than we think. We don't know when that time is, Councillor Kirby-Young. But
Okay,
I would say though, the real estate economics is around. What I would say is that these strata projects we're talking about will be the best position to be built once the market improves, and there's signs of it improving, and so we're hopeful.
And we're at time, Councillor.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so my first question is for the applicant. So Joe, I think to follow up Councillor Meissner's question, so if this project is only 12 stories without childcare, if that's a feasible option or not, have you done any analysis on that?
No, that's not feasible for us. You mean condo project, 12 stories?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we've been working on this project for about 3 years now. The economics were hanging in there when we submitted it. 12 stories without condo wouldn't be feasible for us. It's kind of the worst size concrete building you can build. Like, it's not cost effective.
So,
and on top of that, quite frankly, quite frankly, doing the right thing, right? I also want to say that this area is, as you've heard, and you'll hear more of it tonight, is in dire need of more childcare. So,
absolutely.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. So other questions are for staff. So first question is, do we know what is the trend of population in this particular neighborhood in the past, I don't know, 5-10 years?
Thank you for the question. I don't have that information on hand, but we can certainly look that up and return back and share it later in the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. So what about the storefront vacancy rate in this neighborhood? Retailers.
Thank you. We don't have that information handy either, but we can see what we can pull together.
Thank you. Other question is, I know there are a few public schools in this particular neighborhood. Do we have the enrollment rate for those public schools around this site?
Yes, we do typically include the school enrollment in the report. And apologies, I'm just trying to look for it.
I don't see that, actually.
Okay, again, we can get that back to you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Other question is, I think also for the planning staff. I know the King Edward Village was approved more than 20 years ago, but why it is 17 stories, also higher than the desired 12 stories? Why is that?
That site was identified as a concern when the KCC vision was drafted, and through the community engagement on that vision, they identified it as a site for redevelopment. So I don't have the details on how 17 stories was landed upon, but it was supported through that vision and the engagement with the community.
So was that submitted as a non-compliant project?
No, that was considered through the vision, and it had the support of the vision.
Okay, thank you. Other questions is, do we have other sites in around this neighborhood, planning to submit as a non-compliant project?
I'm not aware of anything in the vicinity, no.
Okay. Other questions. I think Josh mentioned that it will take a couple of years at least to have the neighborhood plan started. So I would see maybe another 5 years, 6 years to complete the neighborhood plan. Can we make that assumption?
It should learn from the village's experience that we're going through right now, which is a fairly expedited process. That's about an 18-month planning period from council approving of its scoping to when it'll consider it. Again, it's a novel approach to area planning. It's not a single area. It's multiple areas of a similar typology across the whole geography of the city of Vancouver that has like and similar characteristics. So we will take a lot of learnings from having done the village's type area planning to the neighborhood center planning. So I would expect a similar type of time frame. We should be able to execute from commencement to completion in roughly the same time, but we don't yet have a time frame for when we'll commence.
Okay, thank you. My last question is there a plan to have a Kingsway plan to have a yeah?
Not specifically for Kingsland. Most of the stretch of, Kingsway, I should say. Most of the stretch of Kingsway falls under the neighborhood center typology because it's largely served by the same type of frequent transit.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'm going to center my questions on staff to start, because I think my colleagues have asked some really great questions, but I have one that hasn't been asked. So I'd like to maybe address to Josh, but we'll see. The applicant referenced the plans for rapid transit along King Ed. But I'm of the understanding that there are plans by TransLink for further bus rapid transit along potentially Kingsway, as well as Knight. So could staff comment on, I don't know if we have staff from transportation comment on that, because I think there's more plans than just King Ed.
Yeah, I think those plans are for transit priority measures. I don't believe they're classified or to be characterized as rapid transit, like a true bus rapid transit, dedicated busway or SkyTrain. So not as of yet have we considered kind of redesignation of those corridors. We would consider those still within the same realm of kind of high quality, frequent bus service, which would be supportive of this kind of land use typology.
Okay. I appreciate that, yeah, because I think I read somewhere that they are looking at potentially bus rapid transit on those routes, so a little different than what the province was looking at. I have two questions for the applicant. One centers around, obviously, the priority here is around home ownership with the strata development. We've talked often here at this council about challenges around workforce housing and supporting some of our frontline workers, fire, police, our paramedics, but also health services, medical. We've got St. Paul's being built to the north, and then we've got Mount St. Joseph to the west. Do you anticipate that this might serve that need in terms of housing for individuals or families who are working in those fields?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we always, standing at this podium, hesitate to get into the numbers because, you get quoted and things change, right? But we all know what the median incomes are. We all know what first front counter folks, the sort of income ranges and that sort of thing. So we've run numbers. We started running a list I was going to present and we decided not to, but a list of all the programs that exist to assist first-time buyers at the federal, provincial, even at the municipal level. And so in terms of homeowner grants and that sort of thing. So there's so many programs to incentivize. So when you look at all of that and you look at this product, which is this, was asked earlier about the type of product we're talking about, modest attainable housing. The answer is yes. Yes, it would definitely interest folks in that income range.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is around, you already spoke to the need for childcare. It's pretty evidenced and documented, and particularly on the east side. But it looked like from the presentation you made, it looks like you intentionally centered the childcare off the arterial. Is that right? It looks like it's,
Yeah.
To take it that was intentional in terms of the design?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for sure. We have a history of childcare design, working with Frankel Architecture and other projects that are completed in Vancouver, Marine Drive at Canby, for example, where initially the childcare was proposed to be right on Marine Drive. We changed that quickly. So we changed that. It got approved facing the park, which made a ton of sense. So that's an example. So it's not our first time, right, doing this, and we have the help of professionals like Stefan over here, and yeah, 100%. We intentionally placed it on that side. It provides some solar shading in the mornings, away from the arterials, to be quieter and for the air to be cleaner.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Really I know there's a lot of thought that went into this. You mentioned that these aren't luxury condos. What makes a condo luxury or not?
I think luxury condos. So, well, you don't have to. I mean, I don't want to name names or whatever, right? But even so, it's not necessary. I mentioned downtown through the mayor, Councillor Orr. I mentioned downtown, but there are a lot of examples of luxury condos. I'll call luxury be above market in East Vancouver, in the Joyce area of the old Canadian Tire site, that sort of thing. So what makes it is architecture that is expensive, buildings that are expensive, finishes that are expensive. You add all those up, right? It makes the building very expensive. And so when you have a very costly building, you have no choice, unless you want to lose money, to sell them for a much higher price.
Yeah.
That to me is a luxury condo. That's not what this is.
Fit, like materials and whatnot. What do you have an expectation of what these units might go for?
I think, we share a pro forma through the CAC process in Vancouver. I think right now the market is something, let me see, depending on the size of the unit, it's quite a range. Again, numbers are the only thing people remember, so I gotta be careful, but, you know, $1,000 a foot kind of idea, maybe 1,300, that's kind of a range.
Okay. And then you mentioned there's no displacement, but I mean, there is a tenant there in terms of the dry cleaner, and sometimes, you know, dry cleaners and small businesses like this can have a kind of a cultural sort of role. Have you been in discussion with the tenant at all in terms of?
Yeah, we have. I mean, as I mentioned, we've owned the property for 10 years. And unfortunately, we've kind of been in the redevelopment mode for about the same amount of time. In fact, yeah, we've notified all the tenants. They've had most of the tenants there. Some have come. There used to be a Panacoke house. They've moved on. You know, it's Vegas Donuts now. So folks know that it's happening. So I think awareness is a big piece.
Okay.
And there's a gap between building and finishing. So whether they wanted to move back into that, we would definitely be open to that.
Okay, thanks. A question for staff then. If the council decides to reject, what would be the options sort of moving forward? I guess, would that be up to the owner of the land, or?
So the options available tonight at the public hearing are to the staff recommendation of refusal, to send it back to staff to continue to work with the applicant, or to approve it. And we have included a CD1 bylaw and conditions if that's the choice. Should it be council's decision tonight to reject it, there is a time period where we cannot, a 1-year time period where we cannot accept a new application. But there will be an option for the applicant to come forward in the future.
Okay, and what are the risks, sort of, if we do approve? I think Josh said it might set expectations. Can you expand on what those expectations might be? We're talking about like the risk of increasing land values and making affordable rentals sort of unviable in the future.
Certainly, we look to our policies to direct applicants. We do on occasion have applications come forward that do not comply with those policies, and we consider them on a case-by-case basis. But we do think that there is an expectation that would be set on a site that's outside of policy, that other applications would look to this as an expectation.
Like a precedent.
We would continue to process them on a case-by-case basis and bring forward individual recommendations to council.
And then in terms of childcare spaces, is there expectation that for the planning in the neighborhood centers that would include childcare spaces in that planning?
Again, we haven't started that planning work, but we do engage with a number of staff teams across the city as part of that citywide work, and I expect that childcare consideration will be part of that planning.
Okay, that's pretty much my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant. I'm concerned about mitigation of traffic impacts on the future residents of the building. Can you speak to, is there going to be cooling to stop the future residents from needing to keep their windows closed during hot heat events without relief? Obviously, we've got two very busy roads there.
Yeah, these units, sorry if I've heard the question correctly through you, Mr. Mayor, is around the comfort of the occupants during heat events, given they may want to have their windows closed.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about arterial roads are noisy and polluted and dangerous, and so what mitigation measures might you be designing in to minimise that impact on residents?
Right, so we haven't, so at this rate, the building is designed at a sort of design development level, but we would be looking to have the appropriate, glazing, first of all, to reduce noise. And that normally involves a sound engineer, noise engineer, acoustical engineer. In addition to that, all the units would have air conditioning provided as well for cooling.
And what about between noise impact mitigation between between units?
Well, through the building code, and again through acoustical engineers, there's minimum they call them STC ratings between wall assemblies, to create the minimum, or not a minimum, but a required sound attenuation between units.
Thanks very much. That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry?
Questions for the applicant first. So what do you say to the argument that this sets a precedent with non-compliant applications and from a staff perspective?
Well, I first of all, I would sort of echo Josh and Casey's sort of sentiment that they are reviewed on a case-by-case basis. I think, there's sort of 10 reasons here to kind of summarize why we think that it's an appropriate land use for the site, for the specific site. There's as an example, besides the site across the street, but just to kind of take another example, Joyce and Kingsway, the old El Dorado site, if you guys know that site. Same thing. So that building is, I'm going to say 10 or maybe even 15 years old now. And it's actually, it's 24 stories, same height as our building that's being proposed. And it's east on Kingsway. It actually includes the childcare as well. So is that precedent, or is that a precedent for us, or the other way around? But my point is, it works. In fact, anecdotally, Councillor Fry, we were helping out some new arrivals to Canada, and they end up locating in that building with some help from family, and they are childcare providers, and they're going to be working in the childcare. So that's a good news story because that building's there, and I think that building works there. Is there other sites it wouldn't work as well? Yes, defer to planning stuff, So I think precedent where we are in. We have the I think we have the YMCA on the speakers list. I think we have the YWCA here to speak about childcare. And I know Cedar Cottage, you would tell us, bring on more childcare. So I think it's a good precedent, to be honest.
So another question then, Joe. I think I caught that you're not totally ready to break ground on this yet, and the economics are a little challenging given globally.
Yeah.
Why bring this forward as a non-compliant now and maybe not wait for staff to do the village planning or whatever?
Yeah, well, please don't use the W word, because we've been at the wait. Because we've been working on this for a long time. The economics do. So we are in a cyclical business. We are in the trough of the cyclical business. That's where we are. When we started this project, we went through at least one cycle. But that's where we are. We're aware of that. We've been around for a long time. And with this, if council so desires, with this approval, that gives us the confidence to go forward, get our financing lined up, start working our building permit drawings. All these things take time. Work on the marketing. The market will come back. We all believe that. It probably be a slow grind, and it'll be ready to come forward ahead of. Otherwise, we're looking for there could be a bit of a housing shortfall soon because of enough supply.
Okay, thanks. I guess with my remaining time, and it's tight for staff. With non-compliant, we've seen just recently, I think we just mentioned Rupert and Renfrew heights are far in excess of what the TOA kind of prescribes. And similarly, the Broadway Safeway, significantly taller than what the TOA prescribed and what the area planning had. So how are those different from this, and where is the comparator? That makes sense. Did you follow where I'm going with that, John?
Yeah, I see where you're going. In the case of Rupert Renfrew, for example, we leveraged the planning process itself and did economic testing, especially against some of the unique conditions of that area and the type of market there is. So one of the reasons why we did go taller significantly than TOA in Rupert and Renfrew was the soil conditions demanded higher cost solutions for building than in other locations. I will also say that TOA is a policy framework that we can use. We also have Vancouver plan typology around transit-oriented areas. TOA in the provincial legislation mandates a minimum density by which we can't reject a proposal. That doesn't mean we can or shouldn't go higher depending on the context, but we determine those appropriate heights and densities through planning processes like that. In the case of Commercial Broadway, similarly, we have a policy framework to leverage from, and we determined on balance that was the appropriate height and density for the context for which that was planned.
Sorry, we're over time by 20 seconds, so thank you. Okay. This is the second call. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. This is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. We're okay? Okay, good. A little concerned there. The phone number will be posted on X and made available on the live stream. We're now going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So our first speaker today is speaker number 1, Devin Hussick. Devin, oh, here we go. Hey, Devin, how are you? Seeing you.
Okay. I practiced this a few times. Let's see if I can get through without choking up. So, good evening, Mayor Sim and members of City Council. My name is Devin Hussick, and the truth is, I don't really want to be here tonight. You see, right now, my daughter, my beautiful little girl, is laying in an intensive care bed at Children's Hospital. I can only hope that one day she forgives me for spending this time away from her side in an attempt to convince all of you to approve these homes that might let her have a future in our city one day. She was born 12 weeks early in a critical care delivery room, shortly after my wife and I left our home that we bought 14 years ago. The drive to the hospital took less than 20 minutes. There was no need for a transfer ambulance ride, nor an hours-long helicopter flight that could have jostled and damaged her little brain. Instead, she had access to the immediate care needed to save her. Because of the privilege of living in Vancouver, I got to hear her first cries and not her soul-crushing silence. Lucky me. Lucky all of us who have found a home here years ago. If the registered nurses, respiratory therapists, and all the other staff that allowed her to grow stronger every day aren't so fortunate, I owe these people a debt of gratitude that I can never repay. I am eternally grateful to them, and even with their respectable incomes, they can't find a home in our city. It is simply and morally wrong that they work 12-hour shifts caring for our city's most vulnerable, our most precious, only for us to tell them to have a safe drive home. Some days I overhear them talking about how lucky they are that their shift ends in the early morning hours. This means traffic on the freeway won't be that bad, and the drive home will only take an hour and a half instead of an hour longer. Some live in Abbotsford. These proposed homes are 20 minutes away from the hospital on the bus road 25. Almost as long as it took me to get to the hospital that day. There's numerous other bus routes nearby on Kingsway and Ninth Street too. So with King Crest Park across the road, it's no wonder that the now repealed KCC vision, I think this council repealed if I'm not mistaken, obviously not you councillor or you councillor Maloney, identified this place as an acceptable location for towers, like the 18-year-old King Edward Village with its Save on Food and public library across the road. That document called this area the neighborhood's heart. Today, we would probably call it a transit hub. Because of our stale and floundering city plan, your staff are forced to give you the bad advice to reject these homes. I don't think they want to preserve the strip mall. And it's clear that they understand the daycare this proposal offers is a tremendous community benefit. I know I'm going to need it soon enough, I hope. Like those of you who served last term, they also probably remember the even wider and denser tower, kitty corner to the site, that was approved when a different KS was mayor. Yet your team members have advised you to reject this application, simply because their hands are tied by rules formed by the failures and inactions of your predecessors. If you were permitted to ask them what they think on a personal level, I have no doubt that you would be happy to live here. I've talked to dozens of nurses that care for my daughter, and I know they would be. I speak with them frequently about housing and about this project, because it distracts me from the trauma I'm told I'm going through right now. And they can't understand, not one of them, why you would be told to reject these homes, and can't imagine that you would make that decision. They can't be here tonight. They're giving my daughter a chance to have a future. The least I can ask you to do is to please do the same for her and for them, and for their families. My brave little girl, for the staff taking care of her, please show leadership. Don't delay something by a year if you reject it, by 3, 4, 5 years if you do an area plan. How long was the Renfrew plan? How long was the Broadway plan? By requiring yet another multi-year community plan first. Sometimes life throws us something unexpected, and we have to react. It's not premature to approve these homes and this daycare. They're both well overdue. Thank you for your time. And if there's no further questions, I'm going to try and head back to the hospital tonight because I want to be with my daughter. I hope I soon have good news to pass along to the staff there too. Thank you.
Devin, thank you for coming in again, and our hearts are with you. And I can tell you, you're in great hands at Children's. We had a little creamy as well. And they're absolutely amazing. So, sending you love, and, we're thinking about you and your family. Right. Thank you. The next speaker is number 2, Jeff Lister. Jeff?
Oh, don't want to go after that one. Councilors, mayors, I live near this project. I live a short walk away. This is the grocery store that I go to across the street. I lived off Vegas Donuts during the last election. And while staff have moved against this application, this is simply because staff lack the authority to make the correct recommendation. We have a city that severely lacks housing, and before us we have an organization, a developer, that on behalf of hundreds of people who wish to live here, wants to build homes for people to live in. Stepping in the path and preventing people from having a home, like many councilors have done before you, is detrimental to the well-being of our city and our citizens. Speaking to the specific design elements of this rezoning, not that this should really be of consideration in a crisis, the massing is typical for Vancouver, a lovely little podium, a lovely little tower. The height and expression will fit within the future development of this neighborhood. At Urban Design Panel, which I sat on during this application, the panel supported the building despite a loaded set of questions that searched for a motion of non-support. The floor space ratio, a magic number that dictates everything in this city, is nearly identical to that of the building kitty corner to this. It sits at the confluence of 3 major bus routes, a fact that was left out of the staff report for some reason. Routes that do have the potential, as noted, to become rapid service lines. We know that people want to live here because of many individuals, the investors, the developers, the banks, who have all staked their entire livelihoods upon that fact. You can use market signals. The rent is absolutely unbearable in this city. It is pushing people out of Vancouver. That leads us to consider why staff would make a recommendation against this project. Staff must consider all the policy, all the bylaws, the thousands of pages that have been approved over the years by council and by your predecessors. And it's within this context that staff must make a recommendation against this project. It's these thousands of pages of accumulated cruft in our city's Byzantine legal structure that makes projects that can solve our housing crisis next to impossible. However, you were elected in response to the folly of your predecessors, and I urge you not to make the same mistakes that they did. As staff outlined, it is incredibly rare for an application to come to you with a recommendation for refusal. Few developers can bear the risk involved. The reality of our city's development process is this is a rare glimpse into the hundreds of applications that never reach these chambers. Tens of thousands of homes are spiked by staff regularly. They just don't make it here. You don't see it. You don't get the motion of refusal because developers can't do it. This project shows that demand for housing already far outstrips the Vancouver plan. A plan that by design only allows us to build more housing if rents continue to rise in Vancouver. Waiting to build the perfect plan is the enemy of a great city. We need planning to stop fiddling with economics and let the market work. It is our planning department fiddling that got us here in the first place. You have the power to move projects forward and to move our city forward. Unlike staff, you have the authority to do the right thing. Voting to refuse this application is a vote to increase rents in our city. I want to make that clear. It is a vote to increase the costs of daycare in our city. And the moral and right thing to do here is to build more housing in a place that needs it and can support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Councillor Clausen, you have a question?
I just want to make a remark. Can we?
get-
Sorry, it's a point of a parliamentary procedure. I just wanted to raise that I understand the passion that comes from the comments, but I would prefer when speakers are coming up that they try not to impugn or suggest the motives of our team here. That's all. I respect the view, but it's some of the language I found a little concerning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I take that note.
Okay. The next speaker is speaker number 3, Vicky Morris.
Your Worship, members of Council, my name is Vicky Morris. I'm a retired City of Vancouver planner. I'm here tonight to speak in support of this application by providing a character reference for the applicant, reminding Council of how it fits with existing policy, and sharing my knowledge of the importance of modest market ownership housing. I'll start with a character reference. Over my time in various planning roles here, I worked with lots of developers. On the Concord lands in the 90s, downtown south in the aughts, Oak Ridge repeatedly over the decades, Olympic Village, River District, and many so-called spot rezonings in downtown south, Canby Corridor, Kingsway, Arbutus Ridge, and more. The ConWest team is at the top of a short list of developers that I consider laudable. They consistently approach the development process with respect for staff and openness to solve any issues that came up with integrity and creativity. Where some developers sought to scrimp and even finagle on providing the council-approved CAC, they always sought to provide something they could be proud of, and that we, staff, could be proud of, and that benefited the community as well. I'd also like to acknowledge their leadership in welcoming and promoting women in the industry. When I ran into Joe Carrera last fall and learned of the status of this project, he invited me to see how their award-winning mixed-use commercial industrial building Ironworks worked out. Just as we arrived, a tour from the International Commercial Real Estate Women's Network, or CREW, had also just arrived. It turns out ConWest is a platinum sponsor of this global network of women in commercial real estate. They offer a scholarship and multiple mentorship opportunities through CREW. Truly outstanding leadership in the industry. Now to the policy question. This project is key to achieving a number of Council's policy, notably goals in the 2024 to 26 three-year action plan, which is part of the overarching Council-approved Housing Vancouver strategy. Both of these Council-approved policies remind us of the importance of a continuum of housing types and tenures. The three-year action plan speaks to geographical equity. That's the need to see a diversity of housing types across all neighborhoods. It also includes this goal, quote, eliminating the housing construction backlog to increase the supply of market and non-market housing, end quote. Ironic, given this site has been languishing for 10 years. Now to my third point, the importance of modest market home ownership to population health. In between my various planning roles for the city, I helped establish the Population Health Advisory Committees to what is now Vancouver Coastal Health Authority. In that role, I needed to understand why some populations are healthy and others are not. People who study this, population health epidemiologists, control for genetics, lifestyle, i.e. smoking, diet, exercise, and so on. When they controlled for those factors and they still found significant population health disparities, they looked further for an explanation. The factors that emerged time and again from studies around the world. The cluster of factors, a cluster of factors centered on the degree of choice and control that one population has, more or less of, than an otherwise equivalent one. It seems that having control over basic decisions in your life has a protective effect on your health. So what's that got to do with this project? Renters in this city can tell you what a precarious existence it is. Rent evictions, dem evictions, basement suites taken over by the landlords, parents, or kids. Even if you're lucky to live in a nonprofit development, your housing provider may not have a suitable unit for you if your family composition changes, if you have children, if your kids grow up and move out, and so on. Nonprofit housing providers have policies about being over and under housed that could mean that you would have to move when your status changes. In other words, it's an existence where you have virtually no control over one of the most basic needs, shelter. Getting that stability, getting that control, means owning something so that you aren't vulnerable to somebody else's priorities or policy. Achieving that control is key to your health status. You have before you a proposal for a project that seeks to provide 233 units of modest market condos in a variety of sizes, from studios to 3-bedroom units, in a diverse neighborhood at a location across from a grocery store, a library, a community center, and a park, and soon to be across from a 13-story supportive housing project in a community that's of family homes, townhouses, and condos in Cedar Cottage. If approved, it will provide opportunities for modest income earners to get into homeownership, to get some control over their future. Maybe to remain in the neighborhood where they grew up, where they work. I've got a couple more sentences. Where they can walk to their favorite pho or dosa restaurant, where they can build a life with some certainty to achieve the Canadian dream. I'm here to ask you to adhere to your housing policies and approve this project, to instruct your staff to move expeditiously, to exercise their control in a way that allows others to have some stability in their lives, so that we can all have a
Thank you. I understand the passion of everyone, and we want to be heard. I totally get it. We do have speakers. We want to be respectful to all the speakers so they can be heard as well, and we can debate this. So thank you. Okay, the next speaker number 4 has withdrawn. Speaker number 5 is Jeanette Burgess. Sorry, and Jeanette, can I please ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver?
I am not personally, but I represent the YWCA Metro Vancouver, and we operate all throughout Vancouver.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to address council in support of this project. Again, my name is Janet Burgess, and I'm here representing the YWCA Metro Vancouver. As VP of the YWCA's social enterprises, which include our Hotel on Beatty and Fitness Center on Hornby, I also oversee our childcare programs and centers, which is my main focus of address here today. We've been in the childcare space supporting single moms and young families for over 40 years in the city of Vancouver. Currently operating 4 amazing centers, with a 5th set to open in Burnaby this coming February, made possible by a development partnership much the same as this one we're speaking about today. We are in a child care crisis. You've heard this numerous times, and I'll give you some other stats to back that up. This province needs more child care. In BC, we only have enough child care spaces available for 46% of children age 0 up to starting kindergarten. In Vancouver's School District 39, home of this project, that number shrivels to 35%, below the BC average, and ranks this school district in 48th place out of BC's 58 school districts. Our wait list at the YWCA for our modest 100 spaces is currently 4,000 families. So why is childcare important? It is an economic no-brainer. It strengthens families' economic security and drives productivity as well as economic growth. It's estimated that 2024 provincial GDP was $5.8 billion higher due to investment in childcare. That included about 8,000 jobs in the childcare sector as well. The provincial government itself harvested fiscal benefits to the tune of approximately $1 billion, thanks to that multi-dimensional growth in economic activity, employment, and incomes. It's said that childcare is the ultimate equalizer, providing a solid pathway to future success for children and their families. Licensed and regulated childcare not only provides peace of mind for parents, knowing the safety of their child is top priority, it also provides the solid early educational elements and foundation children need to thrive in school and beyond. It is the foundation of the house. The lack of accessible and affordable childcare in BC costs businesses significantly, with estimates exceeding $600 million annually due to work-life conflict and employee turnover. This includes costs associated with lost productivity, absenteeism, and difficulty recruiting and retaining qualified staff. The YWCA, in partnership with the Coalition of Childcare Advocates in BC, has outlined key priorities that have to get addressed to get BC back on track. One of those is to build where families need it the most. And we can see that that is clearly a priority in this whole school district geographic footprint. Another key priority is expanding $10 a day universal childcare fees across the province because unfortunately BC is currently in last place in all of Canada to make this happen. We started out being in first place when it was launched in 2019. We're actually in last place now. So that's a slightly different story. You can visit $10aday.ca if you want to learn a little bit more about that. In conclusion, at the Y, we support this project's plan to create new childcare spaces for the numerous reasons listed by me and others, and encourage council to make adding new childcare spaces in the city of Vancouver a priority as well. This project adds critical, modest, affordable housing supply with a massive side benefit of desperately needed childcare spaces, resulting in keeping young families thriving and contributing to the economic well-being in our own communities. Thank you very much for listening and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 6, Olivia Reynolds.
Hello. Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Amazing. Okay. Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Olivia Reynolds, and I am a resident of the Kensington Cedar Cottage neighborhood, and I'm really excited to be here today to express my strong support for this new development. As a resident of the neighborhood, I'm really excited that other people might have the opportunity to have ownership in this really lively neighborhood within walking distance to so many restaurants, transit, and local shops. It really is a great place to live. I'm also really excited about the much-needed childcare space that this will provide. As a person who's hoping to build our family in this neighborhood, it's really awesome to have these kind of opportunities come up, and it would be really important. I strongly believe this development will bring long-term benefits to the Kensington Cedar Cottage neighborhood, and I really look forward to seeing this move forward. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 7, Allison Humphreys.
Good evening, Mayor Sim and Council. I've been a resident of the Cedar Cottage neighborhood for the past 11 years, and it's a truly walkable neighborhood. It's got all sorts of eclectic and more day-to-day shops and services. It also has really good road access, I find, to many parts of the Lower Mainland, out to Richmond and the ferries. I know there's a ferry captain that lives in the neighborhood. And out to UBC, there's a number of faculty members from UBC that live in the neighborhood, and to Burnaby and beyond. And for those who really, really want to drive downtown, there's road access, depending on the traffic. I understand that with the planned express bus route along King Edward Avenue, that there will be really good access to both Nanaimo Station, which will then give access to downtown and the North Shore, and also up to King Edward Station, and especially to the airport. That'll be really handy. Anyone that I've spoken with in the neighborhood whose housing needs have changed really want to stay in the neighborhood. But at this time, there's a real paucity of housing alternatives. So I would see that the proposed Conwest development would provide some really approachable housing. And the daycare would be such an asset in the neighborhood. And I think we've heard a lot about that. Over at St. Margaret's Cedar Cottage, where I'm a trustee, we have such limited capacity in our childcare due to the physical size space. Now, I have to admit that my view will be impacted by this proposed tower. And I thought about it, and it's really easy to become unraveled by that. And I thought, you know, I live in a growing city. I live in King Edward Village, which is right across the street. And when it was built, it must have impacted other people's views. So I really don't feel I can comment on that. Now, I understand that King Edward Village was very controversial when it was proposed and built. And it's since become a really vibrant hub in the neighborhood. We've got the shops and the services, we've got the library, we've got Service Canada, we've got a dog daycare, and then we've got the grocery store. And this really is also a home for so many people. In the first phase in which I live, we have 206 suites. And in the second phase, which has the 17-story tower, there's 192 suites. So there's like 398 homes for people right there. And I think we have really integrated well into the community. So in conclusion, I would say I feel that the proposed Conwest development has the potential to integrate well also, and as Cedar Cottage steps into the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Our next speaker is speaker number 8, Kathy Poole.
Good evening, Mayor Sim and Council. On behalf of YMCA BC, I'm pleased to speak this evening about the need for more childcare in the city and to support the inclusion of a childcare centre in the proposed residential development. I've come to know the Conwest development team through my role as Vice President, Children and Youth Services at YMCA BC. The Y is the largest provider of licensed childcare in the province, providing childcare programs for infants, toddlers, preschoolers, and school-aged children. And we know firsthand that access to more quality childcare service is at the top of the list of societal needs. The City of Vancouver has long been a champion of providing more childcare support for families, and we recognize and applaud the City for the significant steps it has taken to address this critical need. However, based on our experience, there continues to be a desperate need for more childcare solutions and spaces within the city. As of today, YBC has over 6,100 unique children on the waitlist for our Vancouver-based early years programs, and that number grows daily. We know that through collaboration and innovative solutions, we can help address the shortage of childcare services within Vancouver. YBC is pleased that the proposed residential development includes a 37-space childcare center, and if this project is approved, we look forward to seeing how it will help address the increasing need for childcare services within the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. Nope, I don't think the mic's. Okay. Do we have Rebecca Hartley on the line?
Hello.
Hi, Rebecca. Please go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Rebecca Hartley. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling in tonight from my daughter's room at the NICU, as I strongly believe you should vote in support of 4001 409 9th Street and 1348 East 24th Avenue. I know your staff has not recommended you to do so, but I hope you can see the great benefit this proposal will provide. I believe this 24-story mixed-use building, right on the 25, 19, and 22 bus routes, is the perfect spot for these 233 strata homes. It would allow the nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists, and other staff who have been supporting my daughter, along with hundreds of other children and families across BC and the Yukon, who are helped each year at BC Children's Hospital. They could have a 20-minute bus ride to work instead of spending hours each day, unpaid, just to get to and from work. This way they, and others like them, will get to spend that time with their own families instead. I'm also really glad to see that a 37-space daycare has been included here as well. This will give 37 children a safe and reliable place to stay and are desperately needed in our city. This area is rich in amenities as well, with a nearby public library and community center. There are several parks a short walk or bike away, and several schools too. This project fits into the context of the area, given the King Edward Village and the 13-story supportive housing building just across the road. Considering all of this, I hope you join me in my support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 10, Louis Villegas.
First slide, please. My name is Louis Villegas. I'm a 40-year Vancouver resident practicing urbanism in Canada and the United States. Lo, these 40 years. Next. I oppose tower plans generally, and this tower in particular, on the authority of 40 years in professional practice. I avow this to be a bad building. It makes no difference what neighborhood it builds in. Towers belong downtown, not in the neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Every tower approved by council perpetuates a housing crisis, destroying families, neighborhoods, local economies, the Canadian middle class, and evicting folks from the places they call home, although I mark that this project doesn't have that. All that misery for what? A government captured by industry is first rewarding its donors, then extracting tower revenues in a murky bargain. Next, please. Towers and SkyTrain are the major causes of the housing crisis. Overlaid on the city of Chicago, the hand principle demonstrates best transit practices. Next. The SkyTrain doesn't have a hand. It operates a loop like a people mover in a World's Fair. Here's the other thing. The SkyTrain loop is full. Thus, every line entering the loop must now share space with every other line in the loop, giving up passenger capacity. We pay 100% for the SkyTrain, but the Broadway Tunnel will operate at half capacity. The Expo Line operates at 3/4 capacity, and the Canada Line at half capacity. Yet, the trains are full. That's loop design for you. Next, please. Measuring just 8.5 miles, the SkyTrain loop won't reach the places people need to go, into the neighboring regions where the land is still plentiful to build gap, guaranteed affordable housing in perpetuity. Next. SkyTrain is a secondary cause of the housing prices. Land lift is the primary. Condos are now priced 105% over affordability, making a mockery of the 20% below market policy. Let's review why tower urbanism is a bad fit in our neighborhoods. Next. First, developers overpay for density and height, then everything in the project goes up in price. Finally, all the costs are passed on to the consumer. Next. Their tall towers are properly seen in photographs from the next neighborhood. Yet photos taken from far away or high up hide the damage towers inflict on neighborhoods. Next. Good neighborhoods build around squares and public open spaces, supporting high levels of social mixing. Next. However, on a subject site at Kingsway and Knight, engineers designed a street like an open traffic sewer. There is no support for social mixing. Then the towers will turn their back on the street, deteriorating conditions even further. Next. At 6-story towers square here at City Hall, the hot afternoon sun will bounce off the glass towers, melting the pavements and sizzling anyone caught in their microwaves. Next. Next slide. And the next one. Crowding is the worst outcome inflicted on neighborhoods by towers. Ill effects include isolation, alienation, and dropping birth rates. Next. At 1.0 birth rate, extinction takes place in 7 generations. Next. Kingsway, Broadway, Trout Lake, it doesn't matter where it lands. This is the worst sort of planning imaginable. Next. Here, government put the screws on our beautiful city. Next. Good cities build below the treetops, not when government is bought by the highest bidder. Next. Next. When housing costs double, money circulating locally is cut in half. Shops close, jobs go begging, which is too bad because small businesses are the backbone of employment in Canada. Next. Nested like Russian dolls, a chain of logic runs through the application, the staff report, tower plans, Victoria's TOT legislation, and one other thing, the timeless principles of good urbanism. AWOL in Vancouver. Next. Council end the housing crisis by adding land by building fast and efficient transit into the regions, where land is still plentiful to build guaranteed affordable houses in sufficient quantity to meet or exceed demand. Ending the crisis will also require a change in building form. Next. This is a binary choice, high-quality urbanism or low-quality towers. Financially, both will make lots of money, but only buildings below the treetops secure the well-being of residents. Next. Financially, the transit change is a no-brainer. Government can build 477 kilometers of LRT for the same price as 68 kilometers of SkyTrain. Next. And next. And next. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Louis. Okay, speaker number 11 has withdrawn. Speaker number 12, Jasmine McEachran. Jasmine, are you there? Jasmine, are you there? Jasmine, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Jasmine, can you hear us? Okay, so move on. Okay. So Jasmine, if you can hear us, if you can call back in because we cannot hear you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Speaker number 13 is Bobo Irick. Bobo, are you there on the line? Nope, he's not. Okay. And speaker number 14, Angelo Pupo.
Testing. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Angelo Pupo, and I am a longtime resident in the Cedar Cottage neighborhood. I am here today to support Conwest 4001 9th Street project as it offers many benefits to the community and a much-needed revitalization to the neighborhood. Conwest proposed development is a 24-story tower that offers needed housing, supply, and ownership opportunities. The project also includes a much-needed 37-space childcare facility, which will be appreciated by young families in the neighborhood. The combination of residential units, ground floor commercial space, and a new child care space reflects exactly the kind of mixed-use development we need more of in this community. The project is located on King Edward Avenue and 9th Street and located right off of Kingsway. It is located on major north, south, east-west bus routes with convenient access to UBC, downtown, and rapid transit. The location is also well situated near many neighborhood amenities such as parks, schools, and local shops. The project location makes it ideal for walking and biking without reliance on cars. I look forward to seeing this project move more forward and moving forward, and appreciate the many benefits it will bring to the Cedar Cottage community. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So were we able to get Jasmine back online? Call back after? Okay, great. Okay, so this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X, made available on the live stream. Now, if there are any additional speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium. So we're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. We're making ice in here. Sorry, Councillor Joe and or Councillor Kirby Young, if you can just put your camera on so we have quorum, please. Oh, there we go. Great. Great. So do we have any additional speakers online or in person to provide comments on this item?
Hello?
Please. Oh. Yes.
Hi.
Who's speaking here?
Manuel de los Reyes.
Oh, speaker. Okay. Okay, please go ahead.
Of Vancouver. And, oh, hang on, let me put this live stream on. Yeah, so I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I live in the neighborhood, and I just have a couple of objections on the development. The gentleman, the developer was saying that average price per square foot is $1,000 to $1,300 per square foot. So I'm not sure how that fits into non-luxury condos. For a 1,000 square foot suite would be $1.3 million. Personally, I don't see how that categorizes under not being luxury. on the affordability component. Because if I circle back to the Olympic Village reference that they were making, the Olympic Village was they were giving first offerings to first responders, paramedics, nurses, people in the medical field. And most of them opted out because they still couldn't afford the Olympic Village. So that was sort of like it just seemed like they just the developers want to get the foot in the door and using that as a guise to proceed with the development. And I'm just weary that these developers are lowballing the price at $1,000 to $1,300 per square foot, and most likely by the time the price is gonna increase, and the affordability for a person to be able to buy that at $1.3 million for 1,000 square foot is it's a little suspect. And so, I'm just concerned that they're just as long as they get their foot in the door, then all of a sudden expenses get more, and then the price per square foot raises, and they're not including the strata fees, they're not including the property tax. These costs add up for a resident wishing to buy, and also. They keep on mentioning all these things about the child care aspect, and it's kind of concerning. They bring up the aspect of child safety. Well, this is Knight Street is a major artery for semi-trucks that are always speeding up and down Knight Street. So, saying that this is a safe intersection for childcare, when they would have to walk across the intersections to the parks, to access the parks, is also a little deceiving, because I just pray to God one day nothing happens at this intersection of King Edward and Knight, because the trucks don't pay attention to the speed limit. It's a government-owned transport artery, so they don't really regulate the speed of the trucks here coming up and down Knight Street. So those are there's just a few of my objections about and just counterpoints to these things that the developers are bringing up under the guise of childcare safety and affordability. The rest of the buildings in this area are only 5 stories high, still below the treetop canopy, and the tower at 23 stories high that they want to build will basically cast a shadow all the way across east, north, and all the residences close by. The complex across from the site, King Edward Village, it's across the street from a park, so it's not really blocking anybody's view. And also, when you're coming down Knight Street at the hill at the top of 37th, you can see the view.
Sorry,
the
Manuel,
beautiful.
I apologize. You're at time. Thank you very much for calling in. Great. Have a great evening. Okay. Yep, please. Sorry. Pardon? Well, speaker 12 is now on the line. Do we go to speaker 12? Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Klassen. To finish the business, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Great. We will extend to complete the business. Okay. Sorry. Which speaker? Speaker number? Jasmine McEachran. Yes. Jasmine, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you great now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. My name is Jasmine McEachran. I'm a resident of Kensington Cedar Cottage. I'm calling in support of this proposed development at Knight and 24th. I live within walking distance of this site, which is currently an underutilized space in the community. For 2 years, I commuted 20 kilometers twice a day to drop off and pick up my children in Dunbar, as it was the only daycare space in the city that I was able to secure, allowing me to return to my work after maternity leave. This took 3 hours each day on top of full-time work in the healthcare industry and parenting responsibilities. This is not representative of a city that is supportive of healthy families. Kensington Cedar Cottage is a daycare desert and is and the current City of Vancouver zoning and development bylaws remain inflexible to innovative daycare options such as in residential zoning. There's still an estimated daycare shortfall of 15,000 spaces in Vancouver. As a community, we need to approve this development to meet the needs of families that are struggling under the current circumstances. This proposed development includes 37 childcare spaces. It's on 2 busy arterial streets, less than a 10-minute walk from 3 different main bus routes, the 22, the 25, and the 19, which includes a night bus, and there are already towers on this exact intersection. It would be across the street from a grocery store, a pharmacy, a bank, a public library, and kitty corner to a large park with a playground, sports field, a community garden, and a designated dog area. To deny this application strictly because the policy is not in place points to a gap in city policy, and I commend the applicant for bringing forward this proposal and listening to the needs of our community. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 13.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Bobo, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank goodness. Nothing like sitting through all the speakers and then, having everything not work. My name is Bobo Irick. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant, a couple blocks north of Kingsway and Knight. I'm speaking in support of this proposal. I'd be remiss to not address some of the comments from some of the speakers. One of the ideas of it, it's building the SkyTrains and amenities that have caused the housing crisis. It's as if we've made the city better. We've added services that people want and people use and people enjoy. And that means that people have come to the city and we need to build enough housing for them. Otherwise, as we've seen, prices are going to go up and affordability is going to get worse. I don't think the solution to that is to not build good things. I think the solution should be to build good things, and that includes housing, which is sort of related to this project. Anyway, so that's sort of beside the point. I think the other element that I think the previous speaker just sort of spoke to is the failure in city policy. There's, I think, Councillor Klassen, you sort of mentioned earlier about not to speak ill of staff and not to criticize staff, but I think the fact that this proposal has come forward and it's policy non-compliant sort of reflects the failures of previous councils, including the staff that they were working with, to recognize that this is what we actually need to, we need a ton more housing. We've seen a little bit of it with the Broadway plan, but everything has really been focused either along the arterials with the streamlined rental proposals, or I guess we have the Rent for Rupert plan that was sort of just approved through council. But really, the arguments that get brought forward that everything that comes in front of council gets approved is really only looks at it's survivorship bias, right? It's when in World War II, when they would look at planes that came back and they're like, these planes have bullet holes in these areas, we should fix those. It misses all of the places where the planes actually got shot down, and that those were the key elements for where we needed to reinforce the aircraft. So when we're talking about this proposal and why it's not policy compliant, you should approve the zoning. And then we also need to look at all of the policies that are in place that means that this kind of housing can't get built across the city, especially in, expanding on the multiplex plan to actually make it a lot more viable so we get more than sort of 400 applications in, call it, almost 2 years. So, I urge you to do the right thing. I think other speakers have made far more eloquent arguments as to, why this is sort of useful and helpful for everyone who sort of lives in the city. And so I can't possibly improve on that, so I won't, but I will just ask you to approve this rezoning, and thank you for sticking it out until almost 10 and hearing from me. So thanks so much.
Great. Thank you, Bobo, and thank you for the Malcolm Gladwell reference. I haven't heard that one in a while. Okay. Can I invite her up now? Please come on up. Were you speaking? Yes. Yep.
If I'm shaking, it's not because I'm nervous, I'm just freezing. I can't feel my hands.
It is.
My name is Tasha Ashmore. I went to UBC. I have a degree in environment and sustainability. I also worked for a property management company for Stratus for 4 years, 2.5 years of which I was a strata manager. My husband is the site manager for King Edward Village, which is the development that's right above the library and where Save on Food is. We've lived there for 7 years, and I'm currently the acting site manager, while my husband is in the US right now because we're in the process of pursuing immigration, so we can move down to the US. And it's bad, housing's bad, when we're willing to leave the city that we love to go to the US during a crazy time like this. I just want to note 2 things. I know the Vancouver plan was created to make the city a more livable and affordable and sustainable place, but even when I graduated in 2016, the word sustainable has changed so much then compared to now. So what is sustainable now is completely different because of our political climate, our economic climate, and our social climate. So I want to remind council members that right now sustainable means more housing. Any housing is good housing, and this is very much welcomed in our community. I also wanted to note that it is a great transportation corridor. We're on the corner of King Edward, Knight Street. There's major buses everywhere, so I think that should be noted as well. And I also wanted to note that when the Vancouver plan was adopted, it was in 2022, and immediately after, the provincial government put in new laws restricting rental regulations inside strata buildings. So with that change in regulations, strata buildings are now an important part of the plan for housing and getting more renters into strata buildings as well, so the priority for that should be bumped up as well. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We have 2 more callers online. Okay, next caller, please go ahead.
Hey, speaker with the last 4 digits, 0305. You're unmuted. If you could state your first and last name and what.
Yeah, okay. This is Brandon. I'm calling from the resident from the Cedar Cottage. I'm calling in to oppose this the rezoning things. I have 4 points I want to address. The first one is the safety concern. So 9th Street is corridors heavily utilized by the large trucks and trailers, create a constant traffic flow. The introduction for this high-rise structure will exert a significant stress on the grounding and foundational integrity of the area. Over time, increase the pressure combined with the persistent heavy traffic, raise serious decreased infrastructure, which could compromise the public safety both in immediate and foreseeable future. The second is increased traffic and accident risk. A high-rise development will inevitably bring a large influx of residents. Heavily use the traffic on 9th Street. It's important to note the intersection of the Knight and the King Edward has a notable higher rate of accident compared to the others in this area. Increasing the population density will heighten the risk of both a driver and resident alike. The third one, impact on neighborhood characters. The surrounding is for neighborhood primary, it consists of single housing, the lower rise building with the construction usually is 4 to 6 story. Only a few reach 14. So this a 23-story building is out of scale with the current urban landscape, disrupting the harmony, blocking the light view. Resident already in the significant noise, the pollution for 9th Street further and lost the sunlight and gradually damaged the quality of the life for this area. The fourth one is a negative impact on community dynamics. This neighborhood is home to a large population of seniors and families with children rely on the existing peaceful environment. The sudden introduction of almost like 1,000 new residents, overwhelming the local resources and amenities, diminish the quality of the life, putting strain on community service. Also, this probably going to increase the life safety risk here. With the surge of the population density, there's increased security concern. The rate is being raised in accident like car break. So especially in the King Edward village, we have the breaking, and on the safe on food, we have those the breaking things even in safe on food. So that additional population will grow, likely have this getting worse this issue. So talking about people may love to have the daycare. I know because our kids was lucky to get in the one street down the road. But even at 37, daycare are not going to accompany any other by chances for the if you every people here love to have the daycare, the governor should get a building build more. 37 is not enough for this area. And I believe the safety is along the 9th Street. You never see any high-rise building there. If you're building something around like a 10, 8 floor, that's considerable. But if about the 20 or 23, and then not, definitely is the big concern. You never see anything along the 9th Street. The heavy trucks. You never see any high-rise building. So this is a really concern for the foreseeable futures. Okay, thank you so much for the time.
Speaker, sorry, before you leave, can we please get you to repeat your first and last name?
Brandon. Yeah, and last name is L.I. Yeah.
Sorry, what was your first name again?
Brandon.
Brandon, and your last name?
It's L.I.
H.I.? Oh, L.I.
L.I.
Right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, have a great night. Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Okay. Great, and we have one more speaker on the line. Please go ahead. Disconnected. Okay. So there are no more speakers? Great. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No.
Okay, I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Great. Thank you very much. Do our team members have any closing comments?
Thank you. We had a couple of items that we were going to report back on. So the first one was regarding the school capacity. So this site is in the catchment area for Dickens Elementary and Tupper Secondary. Both schools are currently operating under capacity and expected to continue to operate under capacity by 2031. So Tupper Secondary is 75% currently, 67% by 2031. Dickens Elementary, 93% 2021, and 81% by 2031. Regarding the storefront vacancy, the report that we have only looks at business improvement areas, and this is not in one of those areas, but we can say further up Kingsway in Collingwood has a 6.4% vacancy compared to citywide at 10.6%. And finally, there was a question regarding population. So we have the data on the change between 2011 and 2016, and this neighborhood's population increased by 3.9%, comparing to 4.6% for the city as a whole. And I'm going to turn it over to Josh White to... no, it was Tupper Secondary and Dickens Elementary were the ones in the catchment area.
Thanks. And I think just given maybe the unusual nature of the application and some of the themes that we talked through tonight, I thought it'd be useful to perhaps round out the conversation and speak to some of the themes we talked about tonight. Certainly tonight we heard a lot about housing and the theme and the need for all housing types. We certainly reiterate the remarks on the need for more housing. We also echo the remarks with respect to strata and the value of ownership opportunity. We have in the City of Vancouver a robust pipeline of approved projects of approximately 25,000 strata condominium and townhouse units that have been approved since 2017. Over that same period, approximately 6,000 of those have proceeded to construction. And certainly market conditions will dictate the pace of construction and scale. So our pipeline is robust. And so far, year to date, in this city council, we have approved approximately 7,600 housing units via rezoning. And the city is also embarked and is spending an enormous amount of energy to create additional policy opportunities, both through Van Plan, the ODP coming, Rupert and Renfrew, villages, streamlining processes, and providing more opportunity across the City of Vancouver. Our next actions will include planning at the area level, including neighborhood centers and TOA and other area plans. And so in short, it's our view that our housing efforts and goals don't necessarily ride on this approval alone. And we want to continue our efforts to facilitate housing across the whole city. We also heard a lot about childcare. Certainly an important attribute of this project. It provides 37 childcare facilities, 37 space childcare facility. And in context, our current development pipeline is supporting approximately 3,000 public and private spaces across the city. There was also, Council, some discussion and questions about the impacts. What might we expect in terms of impacts, perhaps creating expectations in the marketplace and in planning? And I think that's important to speak to as well. So as discussed in the staff report, the proposal isn't in keeping with council current or future planning context, but staff are very much open and able to work with applicants to find solutions and use our discretion and flexibility to advance housing projects. A Vancouver Plan and its land use framework's organizing principle of transit level of service guides us where the highest orders of growth are located. The basis of staff's recommendation is that this particular project is of a scale and density that is more closely aligned with transit-oriented scale. This also relates to our growth strategy with respect to planning and investing in amenities. When we grow in locations that don't necessarily contemplate growth at this scale, we have to also think about how we shift our investments in infrastructure to support that growth. Though a single project can be explored and considered on its merits, it would imply that TOA density of this type belongs in similar locations with a frequent bus line. This would suggest locations along Victoria, Fraser, or other locations could also be suitable. And we do have some concern that approval of the scale and density could be a bit of a starting pistol for land acquisition with corresponding prices, with speculative expectation for this type of height and density. And that could have some challenge for us in terms of landing viably the types of land use and scales and density that we're contemplating and anticipating through future planning work, including neighborhood centers. And then finally, our view of growth on arterials has changed. I think that's one of the themes we talked about today. I think perhaps in the past, we may have, by default, loaded up all our highest scales and density on arterials as the location of least resistance, much to the exclusion of other locations that might offer greater livability. Our view of that has changed, and in planning exercises, we're wanting to provide more opportunities. In fact, some of the highest density opportunities in those types of locations that are off arterial. That doesn't mean we can't grow in those types of locations, but a location such as Knight Street wouldn't necessarily be the construct in which we would want to place the highest densities and scale as a matter of course. So I wanted to talk to those themes, and then certainly want to thank the applicant for certainly the positive, productive, respectful way in which we went through and worked together with staff through what was often a very challenging project. Certainly want to thank staff for their work on this project as well, and of course, council for their thoughtful consideration of this project tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does council have any final questions for our team members, noting that no additional questions to the applicant are permitted? Councillor Claassen.
I do, and Josh, you might want to come back to the podium, or one of your team members. Thanks very much, and I 100% acknowledge our team here have done a great job, and you're trying to build a vision for the city, and I completely support and respect that. But I sometimes joke that I feel like I'm burdened with a bit too much memory and experience and history from this community. It's my community. I sat on the Kensington Cedar Cottage City Plan Committee in the mid-2000s. I had a city planner, Edna Cho, came in and asked us. I remember we had a meeting where Aquilini, the developer of the Kingsway and Knight project, asked for an additional story from 16 to 17 stories because of economic fluctuations that were happening in the time in the late, we know the housing downturn of the 2008. That building has been open now probably since about 2009. So going on 16 years, and very, very little change in that community has resulted, notwithstanding the anomaly of that building. And also the building at Nanaimo and Kingsway, which was referenced, the old El Dorado, which got another additional 5 stories because of the childcare building in there. So my question to you, Josh, is how do we, as we start thinking about places like Kingsway, which are always looking for some kind of thinking, it's a very, obviously, very car-dependent road, as is Knight, but how do we deal with these anomalies, like this corner, like the Kingsway and then Nanaimo? And by the way, in terms of rapid transit, or transit, I should say, the 25 Brentwood King Edward is now an articulated bus for the last 2 years. And it's about a 7-minute from the corner of Knight and King Ed to Nanaimo Station in traffic during rush hour. It's fast. So, but just to that question about the anomaly.
Yeah, I think the Kingsway has, I think, a opportunity for a bright future, and there's going to be sites where we're going to, through those plan exercises, definitely identify maybe some of those anomalous opportunities, those exceptional opportunities. Some of that might be based on site characteristic that can be catalytic. I in particular think large sites have a unique opportunity. Even, the site across the street that was referenced with the 17 stories, that presented perhaps a little bit different opportunity than a single tower site to provide, it was sufficient enough to provide a grocery store for the neighborhood and distribute density in a way that worked for that site. I think there's a lot of different sites across Kingsway and our arterials where we can leverage the opportunities for those sites to really be catalytic for the transformation of those areas. I think what we're saying is we'd like the opportunity to plan, not just simply react to applications, to make sure we do the best job as possible on identifying those opportunities, and that's sort of the foundation of what we're or the crux of what we're speaking about with our recommendation today.
Thanks, Josh. That's really helpful context. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very much. Okay, so Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
No, we did not.
Okay, council will now make a decision on the application. A reminder that per direction of the GM of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, the recommendation as contained in the summary and recommendation is to refuse the application. So do we have a mover? Councillor Claassen, seconded by, don't worry, we'll have questions. Oh, sorry. Oh, you have questions for? Okay. Councillor Dominato, is that? Okay, so if we, sorry, can we take a recess for 1 minute here?
Yeah. Unless they give me a different direction, my intention was to move the language I circulated, which is an alternate recommendation, to approve the application as it is.
Chair, the mics are live still.
Guys,
Yeah, it's in your inboxes, yeah.
She was busy typing.
thank you very much, and you'll stop me if, okay. So Councillor Dominato, you want to move an alternative motion? Yes. Hi, everyone. Guys, we're back on. So Councillor Dominato, you want to move an alternate motion? So then I'm going to move you to the main queue. If you can add your name.
Yes.
Great. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I've circulated to council an alternate recommendation to what was provided in the report, and it is to recommend that this application as submitted be approved in principle, and then there are conditions which were referenced by staff. And so I'm putting that forward for council's consideration this evening. And then when it's appropriate, I'll speak to it as well.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a seconder, Councillor Klassen.
And clerks, maybe you could just set back my time a bit because the clock's been running. Thanks. Maybe we want to bring it up on screen before I speak to it.
Oh, there we go.
Mayor, maybe I can just get started, or are we waiting for something?
There we go. Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. And so I want to start with just sort of level setting and reflecting on, there have been a few comments about staff bringing forward a recommendation that refused this application. And I think one of the speakers kind of recognizes that staff are working within the policy and guiding frameworks that we have in place today. And at the end of the day, though, it is council's purview to go in a different direction and to make changes. And having been on council last term, one of the things that when we started down the path of the Vancouver plan and adopted it was that we also wanted it to be nimble. So I just want to acknowledge that. So there, respect the work of our staff, and they're working within certain confines, but we have a different role to play in terms of governing. And from my perspective, this policy, this proposal, I should say, I believe has merit. I'll speak to a couple of points, starting with housing. When I ran in 2018, one of the things I ran on was supporting a continuum of housing, and that was everything from supportive housing right through to home ownership. And I think in this case, it is offering a different choice for residents. We've heard that people still aspire to home ownership. It provides, as we heard from a former retired city planner, it provides more stability at times. In this case, we've heard from many people that it's well situated. When we look at that area, that it's walkable, it's rich with amenities and parks and schools that are, we've learned now this evening, are actually underutilized. There's already pre-existing residents. We had a speaker who lives in the other towers, and I think over 300 homes that she cited there. And so from her perspective, this was actually a really good fit. And there's other amenities there. You've got the grocery store, you've got the library branch. So I could go on and on, but I think and there's also, oftentimes the conversation here centers on who's going to be displaced. Well, there isn't displacement of other residents. There isn't any housing on that site. And the other element that I touched on earlier is we have a lot of people who, and it was highlighted by one of the speakers as well, we have a lot of, I think our first speaker, Devin, who, bless his heart, came in this evening when his infant is in critical care. people want to live here and they work in our frontline services in healthcare, in law enforcement, in fire, and having to commute back to Maple Ridge, Abbotsford. Some of those people want to live here, and this gives them an opportunity to do that. And then I want to touch on the childcare. Obviously, builders have different opportunities to include amenities or not. There's lots of different options on the table. But childcare is in high demand. You heard one of the speakers talk about how hard she was traveling to and from a different neighborhood to offer childcare for her kids. I can tell you categorically, after finding a home for myself and my family, the next hardest thing was finding childcare and safe, quality childcare that I could rely on so that I could go back to work. And we heard from the YWCA how important it is to our local economy to support families with childcare. So I think it's a huge asset. We also know it's a deficit in East Vancouver. Transportation was touched on. The amenities of public transit. You've got this interface of King Ed and Knight and Kingsway. And while it may not be a train and a rapid transit in that view in terms of our TOAs, it is public transit. And it does, I thought it was really helpful to have it pointed out that in fact, the proximity of the 3 stations of, including Nanaimo and with the, as my colleague pointed out, I think he said 7 or 8 minutes by bus to Nanaimo station. So in fact, this will be well served for people who want to move in. And finally, because I'm going to run out of time, I just want to reflect as well that we see a lot of proposals come forward here, and even though this wasn't compliant, this builder has an incredibly positive reputation as being a community-oriented builder in this city. And I would say that has been the best and most thorough presentation I've ever seen by a proponent coming in here, ever. The level of detail, I don't think we've ever, and my colleagues will speak too, but, and so that also speaks volumes about the thoughtfulness that's gone into this. And so for all of the reasons I cited, I'm prepared to support this proposal. And as I said at the very outset, I think it has a lot of merit. And I'll conclude my remarks there, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Echoing some of the comments from Councillor Dominato. And first of all, I wanted to just thank all the speakers and everybody that wrote in. I read through the correspondence. One of them jumped out at me because it came up earlier on today was a nurse, a maternity nurse who was looking to own a home in the neighborhood, and this would provide an opportunity. And also just giving my well wishes to Devin and Rebecca and their newborn. And I also just really want to give a shout out to staff. I think you've really been very thoughtful about how you've approached this. But, you know, per my questions earlier to Josh, sometimes you get a glitch in the matrix, and this is one of those glitches. It's something comes along that doesn't quite fit, but it has components to it that are really needing to be acknowledged. I know the street well. I went and walked the area, and one of the things that initially came to me because when we put a big building that abuts detached housing, your sort of first reaction is it going to, especially when it's non-compliant, is it going to create a shadow? 1300 block East 24th has the densest tree canopy I've ever seen in the city. It's practically dark there throughout the day. And so it's beautiful, but it will not be, for that particular block, which also has some row housing across the street, it will not be, I think that the presence of the building would be felt, but in a different way, certainly not from shadowing. And I just, again, this is something I had to think about when I was looking at this project. Councillors Joe and I were at the YWCA $10 a day announcement. So childcare is very important. It was nice to hear from YWCA today. But the correspondence that jumped out for me, because it's worth its weight in gold, was Donna Chang from the Cedar Cottage Neighborhood House. Donna can do no wrong by me, and the fact that she supports this project was a very convincing aspect of the proposal today. across the street was a former Safeway site, and it was built at a time when we did not do this kind of development. It was an empty parking lot. It was the Safeway was closed for years, and the neighborhood demanded new amenities, and the resulting housing provided the Save on Foods grocery store and the library that's there. Some of the retail there has struggled. And I would say that having additional residents in this neighborhood would probably give that some of that retail a bit of more of a fighting chance. This neighborhood has been on the leading edge of some planning pilots. The infill housing pilot and some of the row housing this is some of the first neighborhoods that was tried here, and I do think that. Notwithstanding the concerns that have been raised by staff to make sure that this does not trigger a land speculation process, I think I want to make it really clear to those who think that that's the case. If you're going to come with a non-compliant project or you're going to try to push the boundaries, you've got to have to bring your A game, and I heard an A game presentation today. As was mentioned, we got the 22 Knight, we got the 25 King Edward, we've got the 19 Kingsway, all major bus routes that serve this area, and they all triangulate right in this corner. So again, lots of things for us to commend about this project and what it could mean for the community. But I think that this is one that I think will fit, even though, again, represents something non-compliant. I called it a glitch in the matrix. It's a little different, but I do think that it will add very much to the dynamism of that particular corner, because it is so incredibly busy, and some of the businesses there could also use the flower shop, the coffee shop, the other businesses that were mentioned earlier on today. I think could use some of the patronage of the people who would be living in this building. I could say a lot more. I'd love to talk more about ownership, but needless to say, I'll be supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also, thanks, Councillor Dominado for bringing forward this amendment to support this project. Yeah, I'd like to support this amendment, meaning that I'd like to support this project as well. I think this is the first report this council term we received that staff recommend rejection of the project. I completely understand the rationale, and I really appreciate staff's dedication and efforts for this project. But I think we have to think beyond of the existing policy, and especially on this very important neighborhood. I don't have to elaborate all the reasons. Very important neighborhood. We have to think about 5 years, 10 years later, and it'll be a normal after 5 years, 10 years, I think. And also, I want to just highlight that Devin and Rebecca's speech really touched me. Having worked in BC Children's Hospital for more than 10 years, I know exactly what they are talking about. I know some of our emergency nurses, they are living in Lanley. They have to commute from Lanley to Vancouver every single day. And also, I know, my good friend who is a surgical nurse living in Squamish Valley. So, some other doctors, including surgeons, they were complaining that they are not able to afford living in the city. I think, when in the city we have a doctor, surgeons complain they are not able to afford, there is something wrong. So I'm thinking about this location with this amazing project in the future. People can take transit, number 25 bus to the BC Children's and BC Women's Hospital, number 19 to the Mount St. Joseph Hospital, and also the future St. Paul Hospital. So it could help us for the workforce shortage in our healthcare system. I understand, one project will not solve all the issues in the facing in our healthcare system, but it will actually contribute to the solution of our nursing and doctor shortage in our healthcare system. For the people who are against this project, I would encourage you to think about when you are waiting long time in the emergency department, when your son or when your grandchild, waiting a long time for elective surgery. the housing crisis is the real issue here. So we have to think about everything we have in our municipal toolbox to solve this issue. And also, as other councilors, I also did many tours in this particular area. I think the building fit the neighborhood really well, especially with King Edward Village just around the corner. So it matched really well. And also the number provided by staff showing that the school's catchment is under enrollment in this particular neighborhood, from 70% to 81%. That also align with a motion passed in council, I think last year, to increase density in the catchment with decreasing enrollment rate. So, I think all that said, I think it's an amazing project. I'm going to support that. Also to Devin and Rebecca. So I hope your daughter has a speedy recovery, and she's at good hands in our very professional healthcare team at BC Children's Hospital, where my former colleagues work. I hope she had a very speedy recovery. So with that, I will support wholeheartedly with this project. Also appreciate all the speakers and also staff.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Well, I want to start off with saying that I have the utmost respect for our planning staff, and I take their recommendations seriously. They are, after all, experts in their field, and we rely on them a lot to guide us through building Vancouver and building a great city. That said, I think there's a really compelling case to approve this project tonight, and I think, and I know that the applicant is thoughtful in their approach to this site. Similar to my colleagues, I also have a lot of confidence in their ability to deliver something that's a positive addition to the community. This is a really underutilized site, as we've heard. Currently a strip mall on close to an intersection, a major intersection in our city. It's a site with no displacement. It's a site that has great bus connections. I recently took a bus to Do Chai, which is just around the corner from this site and from downtown, and it was very quick. There's lots of amenities, as mentioned. There's shops and services, including a Vancouver Public Library branch across the street. There's King's Crest Park also across the street. But I want to focus on what I think this project will bring to the community that's positive. And that is over 100 new homes, desperately needed childcare spaces, 37 space childcare, which is worth over $8 million, and a contribution of public art as well. Many people mentioned King Edward Village this evening, and that's a 17-story development across the street that was built 22 years ago. To think that today, 22 years later, a building that's only 6 stories taller wouldn't be approved or allowed under policy, just I have a hard time understanding that. We also need to continue to provide ownership opportunities in our city, particularly in East Vancouver, where prices would be more affordable and attainable to first-time buyers and young families, as well as, again, the childcare spaces that we really need. I also share some of the concerns that were expressed this evening, and I was glad to hear them acknowledged by planning staff, that we also need to build a continuum of housing, and we need to provide ownership options for people as well as rental and social housing and supportive housing. I have some concerns where we have really pressing infrastructure needs in our city, and we need to find ways to fund those. And we need CACs. We need to build community amenities. We need daycare spaces. We need to upgrade infrastructure, community centers, pools. A lot of that funding has come through the development of ownership housing. And I worry about a future, 10, 20 years down the line when we don't have that CAC money and our facilities and community centers are continuing to deteriorate. And we also need to provide options for people. And finally, I'll just close with, we need to be visionary. And sometimes that includes making moves before a planning process has been completed. I think that's what happened across the street when they built King Edward Village, which by all counts is a really successful development with hundreds of homes for hundreds of people, community amenities, grocery store, library, Service Canada office, I think most people will call that a success 22 years later. So I really believe that this development will also be successful, and I think the pros outweigh the cons, and that's why I'm going to be supporting this this project.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I really appreciate the comments of all the other councillors, the applicant, the staff. This has been a lot to think about and consider. The future residents here are going to have good access to bus lines and cycling routes, as well as shops and community amenities. You know, apartments can be more accessible for people that can't manage stairs as easily and want a smaller home to look after. My biggest concern with this is really the effect of arterial roads on the future residents of this building. Arterial roads that are made worse by fewer homes closer to the city, because when people have to travel from further away, they have to drive further through our city, and that has a negative effect on a lot of the homes that were already built when the policy was to prioritise building multifamily housing on arterial roads rather than on quieter areas, which we're pivoting to now, and that's definitely the right thing to do. So when we approve homes in the city of Vancouver, it helps people to live closer to where they work. So even if they still do drive, they drive smaller distances. And as an important aside, the negative effects of arterial roads can be mitigated in different ways by all three levels of government. For example, by enforcing speed limits to reduce noise that affects residents that live on arterials. I'd like to see some thought put into how residents of this building, should it be approved, will be able to safely access the cycling routes that are really close, because they are hemmed in by busy roads, and there could be some consideration for that. But I really think that the benefits of these 233 new homes do outweigh the considerations very thoughtfully set out by staff. And, you know, I would support a policy in the future that did allow this building to be built here. So I'll be voting in favour of this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do you have to seat the chair? And who am I seating, please? We're good? Thank you very much. I'm going to keep this really brief because it's quite late. I want to thank our team. I know how hard you work, but also how thoughtful you are in what you do. And, you know, I love the fact that you are, you know, being thoughtful about the city, protecting the city, following, you know, working in the framework that you've been provided, and making a judgment choice, you know, a decision. And that's hard, you know. I want to thank you for being concerned about what can go wrong, you know, with this project and in this neighborhood. And I also want to, you know, sort of shift our thought process to, you know, thinking about what can go right. We're living in we're experiencing a housing crisis right now. We have a childcare crisis, and I know 37 units doesn't seem, or 37 spaces doesn't seem like a lot, but it all adds up. And these units wouldn't be built if, you know, if the form of the building would be a little different without the floors. As I think Councillor Dominato mentioned, there's no displacement here as well. So this is, you know, this is one of the unique opportunities where we don't have to, you know, uproot individuals and make them move, which is a winner in itself. There was the comment about if this was a rental building, there'd be more height. I don't think people care. When they're walking down the street, whether or not they go to buildings and they're thinking they're rental or they're strata. Also, I always like to think, we talk about if something makes sense for the city over the next 30 years, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it fast, a lot faster. And I always go back to, I remember when Park Place was being built, 666 Burrard. And at the time, a lot of people were losing their minds. They had to buy the airspace over the church because it was so big. You talk to people now who aren't from here when that building was built, and no one even knows where Park Place is anymore. It disappears, right? And we did okay. And so there was also the comment about, I'm going to paraphrase here, but rental. Well, strata units can become rental units as well. People can opt to rent them out when they move or if they decide to be an investor. And I don't think that's a bad thing because investors are providing capital for other people who don't have capital to live in the city. And I think that should be celebrated as well. And so with that, the last thing I'll leave you with is I look at the building literally, a block down the street. There's no big difference. Let's just call it what it is. And so with that, once again, I want to thank our team who are absolutely incredible. And thoughtful. I really respect you. To the applicant, thank you for coming in. And like Councillor Klassen said, you brought your A game here. And I will be supporting Councillor Dominato's, what do we call it, an alternate motion? Or an alternate motion. There we go. Thank you. Can I get the chair back? Is that okay? Great. Thank you. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks to all the speakers. I'm also not nervous, but freezing cold. This is a difficult one for me, but I think it really underscores the work of council as a quasi-judicial body that we have to take each application on a case-by-case basis. And yeah, this is the first application that I've seen that staff are recommending to refuse, so it's all very new. It's a tough one. I appreciate the offer of a 37 space childcare. It's welcome. It's needed. I do struggle to see how it justifies increasing land speculation, potentially putting pressures on surrounding areas, increasing land values that will make it harder, not easier, to build affordable non-market housing. And the mechanism of displacement isn't limited to the project area. People have said it's a strip mall. It has this effect that radiates outwards as well. So I want to acknowledge that, and that this proposal is ahead of planning work that is forthcoming. I worry about setting that precedent. As staff has said, that this could act as a starting pistol, for speculation. But that being said, this is a strip mall. There's no direct displacement of tenants, and the built form matches the scale nearby. There's lots of amenities. Staff is going to work with the applicant. Thoughtful application, as many people have said. Potential upgrades in transit. So I think based on the unique nature of this application, I think I'll abstain, which is a legitimate option. Especially in this case. So thank you very much. Thanks to the applicant and staff.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll be brief because others have spoken at some length, and I'll just say it was interesting to me in hearing back from staff around the strata approvals and saying that we have a robust pipeline. I think notionally around 26,000 units over 8 years, but only 25% are proceeding to construction at this point. That's not a great stat and a great number. And if you look at that, that was prior to the very challenging economic times that we find ourselves in with construction cost and other cost escalation, tariffs and other threats. So I do think that, as was referenced earlier, that we are underbuilding. I know our Director of Planning said that we certainly don't need to rely on one development to write that, and there's other places to pick it up. But I actually think that we need to be concerned about the economic viability of delivering all housing right now. We're seeing the pressure on rental. We're seeing how hard it is to deliver affordability. But I honestly believe that we're underbuilding strata, and just I don't want us to get into a situation like where we didn't pay attention early enough to the warning signs, just like with hotels. And now we're trying to dig out of a digger hole with the shortage of 10,000 hotel rooms in the city and demand projected to exceed all supply by 2030. And so I sort of look at it through that lens. I don't think that this needs to set a precedent. I'm not expecting a tsunami of non-compliant applications to come forward, and in fact, I wouldn't encourage it. They should be exceptional, and they should have very specific, and I think considerations and extenuating circumstances. But I think housing for strata is an important part of the continuum, and I think that we are underbuilding that. We need to provide choices for people. So I'm going to support it for those reasons, and I'll leave it there because it is late. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, only just to also try and keep it brief because it's freezing in here, and it is, I struggle with this one because I do really respect the recommendations of staff and the concerns that staff have expressed. I do see Kingsway as probably one of the most interesting streets in our city, and I do worry that the potential of us setting precedent and speculation that might disrupt a thoughtful consideration of what Kingsway could be. That said, I also see the majority of council is definitely supportive of this, and I think, Frankel's an excellent architect. Conwest have, consistently delivered some amazing projects. Ironworks is one of the singular best light industrial, commercial, whatever you call it, kind of development projects that I've ever seen, certainly in our city. And so with all those kind of considerations, I do really grapple with this because I do worry about the precedent-setting piece, but I have some confidence that, the comments I've heard from the rest of council do not support this as some kind of like, we're going to see the floodgates open because this is a very unique project. We're not going to see a floodgates for non-compliant applications. I take some confidence in the fact that staff have worked with Councillor Dominato on this this alternate consideration so that it's been formed in a way that is still thoughtful and considerate of what we're poised to approve, but I do, at the end of the day, I will support this. I was tempted to also abstain like Councillor Orr, but I do think that the merits of this project support an actual approval from me, but I do worry about the precedent, and I definitely hope that we don't see more non-compliant applications coming forward based on this. And I guess we'll have to wait and see, because I don't think I've seen a lot of non-compliant applications come through these chambers, and so we'll see how this manifests later.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and also want to lend my voice in support of this application. And again, it is late, so and I'm not in a cold chamber, but I appreciate you all are, so I'll keep it very brief. Just to echo many of the comments related to appreciation of staff working through a challenging dynamic with a non-compliant application. This application and applicant bringing this forward, I mentioned, I think 10 years maybe sitting on this to sort of navigate what would be next steps. I'm supporting it because I believe that under the Kensington Cedar Cottage vision, community vision that was repealed in November 2023, there was intent around this area, and that of course is how the development from across the street was realized. The sequencing of the Vancouver plan and cementing sort of some of the policies around that that would then perhaps have this application be more supportable, I think is just that. It's a sequencing. I think that staff have done a very good job at outlining some of the ways in which the applicant could shape this project so that it would be more compliant in the future. I've been very interested to listen to some of the discussion around the more affordable trimmings, if you will, of what these strata units could look like so that they are more affordable to new home buyers. And of course, the 37 space childcare is a compelling amenity for this area particularly. So all that to say, supportive, appreciate the applicant bringing it forward, appreciate staff really setting council up with success in order for us to be able to make the decision in the roles that we hold in a quasi-judicial hearing like this. And again, to the speakers, each speaker spoke so well and sort of authentically to their own experience. And I was particularly taken by the speaker who had a very high level of empathy in terms of acknowledging this is going to block her view, but it may at some point where she moved into also perhaps blocked someone else's view. And I think in a world of a growing city like we have here in Vancouver, more residents like that can sort of see all sides of things and come to the realization that we need more housing and we need different types of housing. And we don't often see projects like this come forward. So again, like Councillor Fry, I'm very curious about how this project will take shape and look forward to staying tuned into what it looks like in terms of delivering many of the amenities that it's outlined so far. So thanks to staff, the applicant, the speakers, and I'll be voting in support.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, we are going to vote on the alternative motion. If we can please go to the voting panel. Great, and that passes with Councillor Orr abstaining. Okay, the lights just go down. Oh no, it's the back screen. Okay, I wasn't losing my eyesight. I was like kind of scared there. Okay, so then I'm gonna go back. So do I have to go to the main queue? No,
I think we're done.
we're good, right? Okay, it's just a weird thing here.
To
Okay,
adjourn?
I'm now gonna call, oh, wait, that's not it. Okay, can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All in favor say yay. All those
Yay.
opposed say nay. Great, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.